Welcome. This is fucking okay. This is starting now. This is the start. Welcome to
Hello.
the Human Talk podcast, where have no intro. This is my guest. Introduce yourself.
I'm Meszii. What's good?
What's good?
This is new.
This. You have any opening statements?
Oh, that's right. I should introduce myself. I'm Meszii. I stream. I make one YouTube video, and that's it. And that's it. I only have one video.
I mean, that's
No more.
That's strangely enough, Greg and you have that in common. You both have one video.
Yeah, no, only one video. I never planned on making another one. That took me 2 weeks, and I'm way too lazy to continue making another one.
So, this is a different kind of human talk because those other two guests, they were all kind of like equal level. Of course, me and Mez are on equal level, right? But I come in here as more of a fan than like just like a person, I guess. Well, I mean, okay, let's not go that far. But I'm a fan of Mez. I'm a fan of yours, right? Let's not go too far. I'm not gonna go. I'm not a stan. I'm not a stan. Let's not go that far. But
Yeah, you're a fan, but I call you a good friend.
Yeah. And I appreciate it because it's like so. I wake. So basically, this is a streamer person who's from Australia. Can I say that?
That's right.
Is that offensive?
No, that's really good. That's I'm guessing you're trying to do the whole America thing that I do.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. Good job.
Thanks. Yeah, so this is a streamer from Australia. They are funny, I guess, and they play video games, like they said. Basically, I invited them on the podcast to just talk, obviously. But this is the streamer I literally wake up in the morning to oh yeah, I gotta watch Mez stream. I gotta I gotta do it. So
It's really, really early, isn't it, when you watch?
Yeah, either really late or really early. It's
Goodness.
It's horrible for Americans. But I mean, I have really degenerate times anyway. Actually, it's right after I finish streaming anyway, so.
Oh
Yeah.
God. Well, that's fine. I hopefully I make you feel calm before you go to bed.
Before I go to bed, that's wishful thinking. Yeah.
No,
So-
it's
Calm. I wouldn't say calm.
You wouldn't describe my streams as calm?
I would describe them as comedic genius, not calm.
Oh,
Definitely not calm.
So
It depends on the stream.
Opposite.
It depends on the stream.
Yeah, no. For my I would describe it as ASMR, calm, smart, funny kind of streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, basically, I guess so. The appeal of the stream, all right, the appeal of a Mez stream. This is getting a little early on this one, but I think that the appeal is, well, there is a little bit of a calm there. You're not screaming all the time, but there is obviously a lot of the stream is based on the funny moments, right? This is why this is my favorite streamer right here, at least right now, because I have never seen such this Dark Souls stream that happened today, right? The Dark Souls stream, or yesterday. Let's use that example. That stream was insane because everybody. Let's just for this one boss. Everybody in chat was 15 tries. 15 tries. Will Mez be able to beat this boss in 15 tries? And then everybody's putting their money down. Yes, she can do it. Because last time, they didn't believe in her. I was the one that believed in you. So I got a ton of fucking channel points for that. So everybody's trying to bandwagon. I'm still going to be ride or die. You feel me? And
Yeah.
And I was considering saying no. I was going to say, nah, you got this, though. Last time, it was good. So imagine my surprise when this big-ass demon appears on the ground. And, you know, swipes you in one shot, which, you know, first time player, it's not your fault. You didn't know. But,
Dude,
you know.
definitely not my fault. I did not... Seemed impossible, but, you know, anyway, continue on, sorry.
I mean, it is a conversation. But, I mean, yeah. So, yeah, first time player, not your fault. And then... after the 15 tries are up, you know, everyone's, you know, throwing their money down. It's like Vegas in there. Everyone's losing their goddamn mind. I lost everything. All my points are gone. That's me. That's literally me.
I had people in chat cheering for me to like lose because they like put a lot of points in, which is funny. It's discouraging, but it is funny.
It is that is describes perfectly what a lot of these streams are, right? It's like a lot of self-deprecating humor, a lot of that kind of stuff. It's like, you know, at the expense of the streamer, which...
Yeah. Which, sorry, go on.
Well, I'm going to finish this point, and then I was going to ask you specifically about that. So, at the end of all this, like, betting stuff, 17th, 18th try, we find out the boss can be beat in one hit. There's a cheat. Someone in chat says, "Oh yeah, run over to the right, far right, come back, and the boss is gonna do something weird." And you're like, "Okay, let's see what it does." And the boss just like is winded, like a 80-year-old man, and you just take it out in one hit.
I know. If I knew that, then people wouldn't. How many points did you lose?
I lost like what, 4,000. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't that bad. But I mean, I would have been a little bit more mad if I had like, you know, 10,000 points. But you know, whatever.
Yeah. The opposite group that voted for no. The person who had okay, so the most points that the person won on the opposite side was 60,000, which is a lot. So, you know, a lot of people had hope in me, putting all of their points in, hoping that I would win. But no, yeah, that was a bit embarrassing, but it's fine.
A lot, yeah. So, it's just moments like that, especially the one at the end where you just beat it in one hit, where it's like, I know. It's like a episode of like Curb Your Enthusiasm, something like that, like where you have, or It's Always Sunny, where you have this irony happening at the end of this like hilarious like scene of like pain and suffering for the characters. It's interesting.
It feels like that happens a lot sometimes on stream, just like randomly. I say something and then it immediately contradicts like what I say. Like if I feel confident, then, you know, I am dead within like the second of like trying to beat the boss. I know it happens. They say it's like streamer curse, really, and you also have like streamer luck.
Well, it makes for perfect clippable moments though, like absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, totally.
No question.
Yeah.
But I was gonna ask specifically, like, how do you feel about the whole, like, you know, self-deprecating aspect, right? Because it's like, yeah, a lot of this, like, streams comedy is based on, like, you know, you being like the butt of the joke all the time, and it's like,
yeah, no, that's a good question, because I think I take like self-deprecating jokes really well. Like I don't really. After a stream, I never think about, like, you know, oh, if chat said something terrible, like, man, you can't read, you are so bad at reading. I kind of, like, use it as, like, an emphasis or a strength on my stream. I think it's also funny that I can't read that well and have misinterpreted many things. 'Cause yeah, no, I see it as a strength. And I kind of like, you know, people watching me and knowing that I'm, you know, very bad at things, but still staying because of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so no, I don't ever feel like my self-esteem is lower, because I think I have like I think I'm pretty high self-esteem. Well, I think I'm cool sometimes.
That's good. I mean, you don't want to have like someone like kicking your self-esteem to the ground just with like one comment, right?
Yeah. Oh well. There is this one time I did cry on stream, and I talk about this all the time. someone said that I wasn't funny. I don't know why that made me cry, but I was like, wow, I'm not funny, and I started bawling. I didn't let chat hear it. I just like tried to keep playing, sniffling whilst I was playing Dark Souls 3 at the time. And the Dark Souls 3 community, it can be so brutal with like people coming in and like kind of trying to walk you
get
through
good.
it, like,
Yeah.
yeah. They're so like, because obviously when you play Dark Souls 3, you know like how to you know how to like dodge, you know exactly how the boss handles, and
Yeah, it's the third
you know,
one, so you'd have to be there.
But because obviously I'm very slow at like figuring out patterns, it was very frustrating for people to watch. It's either very frustrating or very entertaining. So it's that was the only time I was I was sad. But other than that, no, I tend to not really I don't really get like sad about, you know, comments on stream. I think the worst thing I was.
Oh, never mind. I'll say it for later.
Yeah, I think the worst thing I've been called is dumb, but everyone does it anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I was gonna say like you know, being funny is pretty much like more important than basically. I can't say for like than your self-respect, because that sounds a little bit like wrong. Like, okay, I care about my entertainment more than myself, but in a way it's kind of like that, right? Because whenever you like have those kind of jokes like constantly, then you have like, all right, you know, people might like genuinely think less of me in an aspect, but at least like it makes me more entertaining, humorous and stuff, right?
Yeah, it really helps that I'm still, you know, likable to these people. Even if they see me as a butt of a joke, they still come back, and you know, they will be nice sometimes. But and there are people who won't like make fun of me, or if they do, it's very light. So as long as I know that, you know, people don't hate me, I think that's all that matters at the end. No one hates me, or like, yeah, as long as I don't actually upset someone, then I'm fine. So yeah, no, I don't really feel anything. But
so you just like making sure like, all right, so here is a bunch of people who just watch me just for me, even if it's like, you know, it's like a high school lunch table, right? You know, we joke around all the time, but at the end of the day, like, you know, we're chilling, you know.
Yeah, exactly. There has been times where I thought maybe I've taken things a bit too far. Like, there's this ongoing joke that I would say, like, man, imagine being 4'11", you should be euthanized. What a terrible height. And that was something. I know, but you know. But, I mean, I don't want to make someone upset if they are actually. We did have someone who was 4'11". We had someone who's 4'10". And I don't know, it's a funny height to me, because it's like, why does it stop at 4'11", right? Why is there 11? It feels so inconsistent. Why can't it just go from 4'10" to like 5 foot, right? But no, there's 11 before that.
Oh, because
I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the jokes. I did say a joke yesterday saying, wouldn't it be funny if I did like a birth, if I, you know, streamed myself birthing on stream, and people have reacted very weirdly, were very weirded out by that, which, you know, I think is a very funny thing to say, but I don't know if that really, you know, if that like grosses someone out or not.
I mean, I guess they'd have to tell you.
Well, I mean, does it weird? Is it weird to you?
The whole I was literally the one who's like, you know, in a weird way, wouldn't a birthing stream ending your Twitch career be beautiful in a way? I was that person, and I can defend that opinion, because it's stupid. It's stupid, but if you think about it, it's kind of poetic again.
Right? Like, the reason why I brought it up is because, like, you know how Twitch is like, you can be banned for this, but another streamer might do the same thing. Or, for example, I don't know if this still holds up, but in the past they allowed streamers to breastfeed on Twitch, And everyone's like, why? That's so weird. Why is that allowed? So it's, I don't know exactly what the reason is, but it might be because it's like, it's just a mother feeding a child. So what about me giving birth? Is that okay?
Because it's child abuse if you don't give birth, right?
But yeah, so yeah, I would want to know how long it would take for me to get banned if I ever do that. Not that I would.
That's pretty funny though. The idea.
I do like to entertain. Yeah, I do like to entertain ideas like that, but not that I would actually do something like that.
I guess like no ideas. Yeah. Actually, I think about it like basically whenever I watch a stream, you always have like these random like points where like, what if blank? Like you just like randomly think of like, and you just like say like, what if like there's like I can't think of an example. It's like a weird phrase like what if dogs had hands, like human hands? I'm like,
I think, there is like a lot of things that I just think about and I just say out loud, and I like to not filter myself because like, that can be used as like entertainment, or like, for example, a few days ago, someone was saying that they were legally blind, and I didn't understand, like, why is it called legally blind? Is it possible to be illegally blind? Which I didn't understand that legally blind just means by law that you're like blind or whatever. I didn't know that, but that's another thing that I benefit from streaming. I learn a lot of things that, I'm too scared to ask because it seems too dumb. Or like common knowledge, for example.
Like when you're streaming, you don't really like, you just like just say whatever's on your mind. Who cares? Like whatever you think, whatever they think.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that. I'll have people either genuinely respond with an answer, or like, tell me that I should know this, but I don't. Which 9 out of 10 is how they react. Like, why don't you know this? It's obvious. I recently learnt who Edgar Allan Poe was, which I didn't know who he was. I learnt about him last year, but apparently that's common knowledge. But yeah.
Actually, that reminds me. So I asked about the poetry thing first. Remind me to ask you when you started streaming. I'll just tell the guest.
Okay.
Remind me to bring back that topic up. All right, because I'm gonna forget about it.
Dude, I have a terrible memory. I'm the worst person. I think you might have to write it down.
Oh yeah, I think I literally asked you in the DM or whatever. Like, remind me to ask you about something. There was like,
was it Minions?
It might have been. Also, wow, we've been talking about this podcast for a while.
Yeah, I know.
It's almost been a month. What was I saying? So, yeah. So the thing about the poetry, right? You read poetry at the beginning of your stream sometimes. Yes. Very interesting. And so like, why do you do it? I mean, I know, but the listener might not know.
Oh, okay. So I did it at first as a joke. Because I didn't know who Edgar Allan Poe was, so we thought, wouldn't it be nice if I did a poetry reading of The Raven, which I did, and then after that, I thought, like, when I was reading it out to chat, they told me that I was a really bad reader, like that I would, when I first started reading, I would skip lines, I would say words incorrectly, there would be a lot of like errors and like. My flow was very bad. So, after we finished Edgar Allan Poe, then I started getting like requests to read this or read that. So I decided I'll just do it at the beginning of every stream, and it has helped me read out loud just a bit better. Not a lot, but it is better. Because I'm very bad with big paragraphs. I find myself like mixing words with the top line to the bottom line. I don't know why I can't do that. If I read it out loud, it's fine in my head. It's just, when I'm trying to like, I'm very bad at multitasking, and that sounds really weird to say that because it sounds weird that I find reading out loud and reading like a script multitasking or like too difficult of a task, but it is. Different things. Yeah, it's way to I've never been like a big reader as a kid, and I think that might be why.
I heard you like read better when you're doing like a voice or something. That kind of makes sense in a way. It's like, you're focusing on doing the voice instead of like focusing on not screwing up your reading?
It might be. That might be it. Yeah, no, when I do my Elmo voice, which is supposed to be an anime voice.
I do that. Can you do that? Can you just do like a line with that?
You want me to do it? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I can. You can give me. Do you have a line?
Let me give you. Here's a line. Here is a line. Yeah, here's a line. I'll post it in the.
Okay.
Here you
go. All right. Wait, where'd you post it?
On the text chat.
Okay. So, oh my god. All right. So, this is my anime voice, which apparently sounds more like Elmo, which it doesn't. It's anime. Alright. This Discord is an American VoIP instant messaging and digital distribution platform designed for creating communities. Users communicate with voice calls, video calls, texting, messaging, media, and files in private chats or as part of, oh god, communities called servers. Servers are a collection of persistent chat rooms and voice chat. It's so bad.
I like it though. That was good. That was good.
Thank you. It's supposed to be my anime voice. But yeah, no. It's
the Elmo
like
May
a cute
voice.
little lolly voice. No, when I first did it for the first time, everyone was disgusted by it. They said, please don't do that again. Please just stop it.
They were like, no, God, no.
Yeah, and but because it's like it makes people not uncomfortable, but it people don't like it. I think it's funny to like do it again, and yeah, no, I don't like it either. I think it's I think it's so
terrible.
cringe.
What I'm gonna do? I think it's terrible, but I might as well. Okay.
I do find it entertaining to like do things that are outside my comfort zone, I guess.
Like it's my I was gonna say like reading properly, but that's a really shitty joke. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Maple. But yeah, no, definitely can't read properly.
Was it because of your like schooling? It was like, or just like
Oh yeah, no, totally. I used to sleep a lot during school. I just stayed home and watched anime. Was a big nerd. It was a big anime, which is not like it's not a problem, but there is moderation in like everything. But I did not know what that is, so I'd stay up until like 4 a.m. watching Naruto, and then
God, I feel that.
When I went to school, I would either like sleep through
Fall
the whole
asleep,
day, yeah, or like there used to be this part in school where they had like a little section with beanbags, and I would just ask the teacher if I could like sleep there, and they allowed me to because like obviously I was like falling asleep all the time. But yeah, no, I sleep a lot, so yeah, no, it became a problem where I didn't learn anything, or at least I didn't read out loud and stuff like that.
So your school system, Australian school system failed you basically.
Yeah, and then I moved to boarding school, and then it got a bit better when I moved.
You had to like, was it like in the campus? You had like to be there physically.
Yep. Otherwise, you get in trouble for it. So, yeah, no, I had to always be there. They kind of like monitor if like, I couldn't stay up all night watching anime anymore.
Yeah, because they'd see.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no, that's the reason why I suck at reading. But I mean, at least I can read in my head, so that's fine. It hasn't been like a major inconvenience on like my life. I've never had to read out loud. So
it's like from the way, like if you say like, all right, so I can read, in my, because you don't think about that. Like, all right, I'm good at reading, like actually reading, but I'm horrible at reading it aloud. So
yeah,
you wouldn't really think about it like that,
Yeah, exactly. Because like you don't need to like think about it. Like you don't need to like read out loud unless you're doing like a presentation. And when I did do presentations, I used keywords and just kind of like wing the rest of it to make it seem like have a better flow. instead of like reading from a script. I could never do that.
Yeah, maybe that's what. Oh, you said that's like what you'd only made one video, so maybe that's like another reason.
Oh, that video, that was like one take.
What? The video was one. Was it off? It wasn't off a script.
Oh, well, it had keywords. Like I would have keywords, and then I would freestyle like the rest of it.
Actually, you know what? That kind of makes sense the way it flows.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I left. There's like a bunch of like and ums. Obviously, there might be like the reason why it might flow well is because like if I had gaps, I would just like cut it, so it would give off the impression that I'm, I sound smart. I sound very different in that video because I was so anxious about it.
Oh, I thought it was because you just like younger.
Younger? No, that was like last year. That was like
you were younger. You were younger.
No way. There's no way I can sound like different for 2 years. Younger.
What do you mean?
I think it was like 20, 22, 21? Yeah, I was 22. 22.
Oh, I thought you said the year was 2022. I was like, Mez, are you okay?
Oh, no. No, it was, I was 22 when I did it. And then, after, that was before I started streaming, so I wasn't very good at talking. So, I was very nervous. Believe it or not, I have been, like, really anxious with, like, talking to myself. You get used to it. So
streaming like helps you like talk better, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Or at least it maybe not talk better because I still stutter and slur, but it's more of like I've become more confident, I guess.
I guess that's true. You don't stop no matter what the topic is. You don't just stop halfway through. I will give you that.
Yeah, exactly. I keep though the issues with that I do with streaming is that sometimes topics just keep happening, and I would never, like, I'd go from one topic and immediately go from another topic without actually explaining the last topic as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, like it's a common streamer thing, because a lot of the chat just like has like different things to say. They're coming in, people coming at different times, and you introduce like everybody differently. You say, oh hello X person, oh hello, no, not like that, but
Oh yeah. I try.
Hello.
I think it's very important to like, at least for me, I think it's important to like remember the people who do come into your stream, and there will be someone that I haven't seen for a month, and they come back, and it's. I like remembering people that come in. I like knowing that they're people. It helps.
Like you mean like, oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say something else like the other people that like do X or Y, but just they're people that they exist.
No, it's like I don't know if other streamers feel this way, but I mean, there's been times where I would. Especially when I'm distracted, it's really easy to just see like a name and think that's just a name. But I think it is important to remember the people that come in regularly. So I try to make mental notes, or my hardest to remember them. Sometimes it's not very good. There's been times where someone has came in and I was like, yeah, I don't remember you, sorry.
And they just like, I've been here since day one.
Yeah, no, there's been times because my memory is pretty bad, but I try to make an effort.
Yeah. What's it called? I was gonna say that. What was I saying? Damn, I really just forgot. All right, so Minions. What's your deal with them?
Minions.
Yeah, because I forgot what I was gonna say before.
Yeah. Minions are cool.
Care to elaborate, or is that just the?
No, okay, for real. All right, I think Minions get a lot of hate for like no reason, for like excessive amount of hate, right? Like if anyone posts like a photo of a minion, like I'll be honest with you, all right, I don't really care much about minions. I don't hate them. I don't like them. I don't really have like a strong opinion.
You want to defend them because they're getting hate.
Yeah, it's pretty much, it's like, it's whatever. Like, I think because people have like this strong disgust towards them, I think it's funny. And I think like posting it, like, it doesn't match me to like post things related to minions, and I like that kind of stuff. I like things that just kind of contradict, or at least I think it is. But now minions have kind of like integrated in like what I am as a person.
Your aesthetic now.
Because when you think of minions, you think of like an old lady on Facebook, right?
I was literally gonna say the first time I came to your stream, I thought you were like a grandmother, or like you're like older than you were. I was like, how is she? Like, she's 20 something.
What? I'm only 23.
You know, I could not believe that at first. I was like, I don't know. It's something, because I didn't used to watch too many Australian streamers. Your streamer, like your timbre of your voice sounds a lot like old lady-ish. I don't know. It's the frequency. I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a harmful way. It's just I can't. You can't change your voice. I'm sorry, but it's just like what I thought. I was just like, so it matched like the idea. I was like, okay, well they're posting minions because they're like, oh, there's Facebook grandmother. You know, like, oh, look at this minion meme. You know,
old.
Not that's not 23 isn't old. 23 is not old. I'm saying that.
Okay.
You sounded. Never mind.
Old.
No. How? All right.
It's fine, Maple.
Okay.
Go on.
No, you're not. Come on. I was gonna say that. How old is old for you? Actually, I want to ask that question in general.
So I always joke about that. Anyone that's older, I think a good age is 23, 22, and 24. But when I reach 24, then that changes.
So 25.
When I'm 24, then it's 23, 24, 25. Yeah. But, I always, like, how we have a mod that I always call old and say that he's, like, he's pushing 60. He's such an old man. When he's honestly just 30. I think old is actually 60, but they're not the good age. The good age is, 23, 22, 24.
You have, like, a strong opinion on, like, age, in general?
No, I don't. I really don't. But it is funny to talk about age. I think.
I do see every time they're in chat, you call them like dinosaurs. So.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like, I do, depending on who it is. Like if I know that they can take it, then I'm more casual about it. But if it's someone that I don't know whether or not that would insult them, or if they're insecure about it, I don't really talk about it. But you never know who's insecure about it. So I just pick on the people that I do know that is okay with it. And I have like asked, are you okay that I call you old all the time, old man? And they're fine with it.
Are you okay that I called you old man?
He's fine with it, so it doesn't matter.
I guess, yeah. But also, you should probably not use the insult in the asking, are you okay with the insult? I don't know
what you're talking about. I see nothing wrong with that.
I see no issue with that. Okay, well, good. That's good. But I was just gonna say that, yeah. For a while, I thought she definitely sounds older than she is. I don't know why, but now I've gotten used to your voice. It's been like, how long has it been? Let me go check your channel. I need to see how long I've been fucking following. It's been a second.
Wait a moment. How old did you thought I was?
I don't know. Oh god damn it! I have to go edit that out now. Damn it, Twitch. What was I saying? What's your name? Meszii. Okay. I'm gonna go type in chat at like whatever time. No one else is gonna be in there because it's a random time.
Oh, okay.
And I've been following since September 18th.
Yo, that's a long time.
Yeah, it's
2 months? Wait, no, not 2 months.
No, it's not 2 months.
September, October, November, December. That's like 4 months.
Yeah, almost 5. So, I haven't been there for a long, long time because you've been streaming for like almost 2 years now.
No, it's been a year. Just over a year.
How long when you started?
Year and 2 months. November. I started in November
2019. So yeah, that's still a while.
To me, it is a while. That is a long time.
When you look back at
But
it, it seems longer.
yeah, no, yeah, no. It feels like you've been there for a while. I guess because you come in so regularly, it feels like you've been there for longer than 4 or 5 months. But
Honestly,
you
it
know,
felt like shorter, to be honest. Yeah.
it feels like you've been there for shorter.
Yeah, because
Huh.
I don't really think about time until I look back. I'm like, oh, it's been that long. I surely thought it was like I thought it was November, for sure. I was like, oh sure, I was 100% sure. I was like, oh yeah, midway through November, I started watching Meszii. But
And you came in from a raid, didn't you?
yeah, it was from what was that? Oracle. Do they stream? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they're
You know,
something.
I actually remember when you came in. Like I said, I tried my hardest to remember. You came in when I was playing Mario.
Which one was that?
That was it was Super Mario 64. I was in the
Oh
boot
yeah,
house.
was that the?
Yeah.
That's the euthanized thing.
Yeah, that's when I did. I do it less, and sometimes I still make euthanizing for 11 jokes. But yeah, no, you were there around that time.
That's pretty funny.
Um, yeah, no, yeah, no, that was. I think you came from a raid from another streamer.
No, yeah, I rated Oracle because a random person to raid, like literally the front page, like recommendations, and then they rated you, and that was it.
Yeah,
and then I
yeah,
stayed because
yeah.
I don't. Why did I stay? I honestly, I think at first, like those first streams didn't like extremely impress me, but I was like, it was pretty funny. And then later on,
Yeah.
I could like literally some of those moments had me fucking rolling, dude. Had me dying.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It's interesting to know, like, first impressions. I've had people who told me, like, oh, I didn't like Meszii. She was a bitch at first. Or, like, I thought she was, like, super mean. Which, I mean, it's fair. I do have, like, a very aggressive or assertive tone when I stream. So, I can understand why I give off that impression. But yeah, no, I wonder how many people have thought that and just left. Maybe a few. Maybe a lot.
I mean,
Who knows?
if you just stick with I mean, honestly, it's like if you stick with a streamer, then you might change their mind for better or worse. But it's like it's how life works, I guess. But it's like really the first impression is the most important thing, because with the streamer, you're like, oh, they're not gonna like change their voice, they're not gonna change their like tone. They might change their game, their audio, their whatever, but they can't change like their personality, just like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I don't really play like a character, I guess. I am definitely more, I guess, exaggerated. I am more, I guess, yelly. At least that's what my perspective, or that's how I feel. I don't really know. Sometimes I watch my VODs and yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're streaming, then you're kind of like doing a performance in a way, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And you have to like kind of I get so much energy from chat that I get very excited. So it is hard to not be, kind of extreme or kind of loud.
Are your roommates like chill? Because I imagine like
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's a lot. I get that question a lot. Is my roommate okay? I have came out there and I have apologized, and he said it's all right. I have also woken him up a few times, and he said it's fine. I like to think he's like me and my roommate. We've known each other for a long time, so we kind of know what kind of how we are throughout throughout the entire years we've been together as good friends. But yeah, so he kind of knows like what kind of person I am, and he does the same. Maybe not as extreme to my degree. Like he's also loud when he's enjoying himself. Sometimes he sings really loudly. Definitely not to my level, but yeah, we're kind of comfortable with just being loud and playing music late at nighttime, and yeah, no, I think it's fine. He's fine.
all right. I thought actually I figured you had two. I was gonna be honest.
Two? Oh no, I only have one.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess that kind of like helps it because as long as there's like a person that's like relatively okay with like your I don't want to say antics, but I guess that's an accurate word. Then it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've known each other for like a long time, and he's kind of used to like my personality and stuff like that. So yeah, no, he's good. I like him.
What's it called? What was I gonna say? I had another thing. I forgot it. This is gonna be this is a horrible interview. How am I forgetting what? I don't have anything written down, right? So I'm just like,
Oh, that's fine.
yeah, I just like going off of the. Actually, do you have any questions for me? Because
Oh yeah,
this is a
of course I
conversation after
do.
all.
I have written down things to ask
What?
you, actually. Yes, of course.
This is-
because like this is like human talk, right?
This is
So
definitely
it's
a
like an
different
exchange
one.
between two people.
Yeah, it's
so.
true. I didn't. Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
it should function less as like an interview. It is a talk, but you know.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like to think of it like that. So I know that you're like a man of culture. You watch like a lot of anime. You play a lot of video games. What is your favorite anime? I don't think I know that.
I think I must have told you one time on the
Have you told me?
All right, so this is a good question. I have a lot of strong opinions about media because that's literally all I do. So whenever I was young, right, you know, anime is like whenever you're younger, media touches you like in a different way than when you're older.
It's totally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like even like the shittiest thing, like Shark Boy and Lava Girl, like that.
Oh my god.
That movie was ass. But when I was younger, I was like, damn, dream. That was. It hit different when it hits different when you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Is that the same? Is Shark Girl and Lava Girl kind of like the same quality as Spy Kids?
Yeah.
Because at
actually,
the time
it's slightly
when I was
worse. But the only Spy
It's
Kids I watched was
worse.
3. That's the only one I watched, the worst one. So
Oh my god.
I watched whatever was
Yeah.
like on Cartoon Network. So.
Okay. Yeah, I saw the first movie, and as a kid it was really good, but I don't know if I'd feel the same way as an adult. Maybe I would. Who knows?
I know Spy Kids 2 has that legendary quote with like, "Do you think God stays up in heaven because he's afraid of what he's created?"
I feel like I've heard that quote before. I didn't know that came from Spy Kids.
I know, right? It actually did.
Wow.
What kind of maniac put that into the Spy Kids
Jesus.
script? You think that's from like God? You think that's from like the Bible? Quoting
Yeah.
fucking Leviticus in this bitch? No, it's from Spy Kids, baby.
It's insane.
Did
you so with anime, well, you were talking about how you were impressed by like, or you enjoyed just like whatever. Is your favorite anime like a really bad anime then?
Well, I think is whenever I had anime is like different because with cartoons, right? Traditional, let's say American, but a lot of the cartoons I watched were Canadian because you know that's how cartoons work, I guess. You know, they had varying quality massively, right? But with you know with American cartoons shown on with cartoons, what's it called? With anime shown on TV, they have like the cream of the crop generally, or like basically like you know most of the like it's like at least solid. None of it's trash, you know.
Yeah.
So
Wait, if you watched a lot of Canadian cartoons, does that mean you watch stuff like Angela Anaconda, or like this? It's called Skylander or Skyland.
Skylanders.
Skylander.
I haven't,
Yeah, yeah. Cause like I don't know what it is, but in Australia we like to show Canadian cartoons on our channel, and not so much American ones. We have more Canadian.
Oh,
I'm pretty
Skyland?
sure. Yeah, Skyland. It's Skyland.
Wow, I've not heard of that actually.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we have a lot of Canadian cartoons here, and I think Angela Anaconda and Skyland is one of those. I don't know.
I'm looking at
But
this list.
I do remember.
I'm looking at like what's it called? Let me just look up Canadian cartoons, right?
Yes.
Cartoons. TV shows. And I look at this list and I see like a lot of stuff. Tintin had a cartoon. I remember reading those comics as a youngin'.
There was Atomic Betty. That was one of the ones that we watched.
Yeah, that's you. Okay, you know what? You know what reminds me? Whenever you had the Canadian cartoon, you could just kind of tell. It's like that. You know, it's like how anime looks. Like when you're a kid, you don't know what anime is, but you can kind of tell like what kind of cartoon. It is.
Yeah, there is like a style with Canadian cartoons. I do agree.
It's like you know, Flash.
There was
kind
also
of like animated, I guess.
Granny's Feet. That was one that I used to
Berenstain
watch as a
Bears was
kid.
Canadian. What the hell?
Kid vs. Cat.
Honest. Oh yeah. See, yeah, all those shows like have that like kind of I guess kind of flat. Not necessarily like dynamic. And I have not heard of Angela Anaconda, but I have heard of a few of these. But what I was gonna say is like kind of grew up with like Johnny Test and Total Drama Island, that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I missed out on Total Drama Island. It scared me.
Scared
I don't think there's any. I think the proportions of it scared me because they were so emphasized, like the shapes of the bodies, that it was terrifying to me as a kid. I don't think if I watched it now, I would really think about it. But as a kid, I don't know why. That's a very weird thing to be uncomfortable or disturbed by.
The silhouettes were too strong.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows?
Well, listen, yeah. So, yeah, those kind of like shows. What's it called? Like you have varying quality because Johnny Test is awful, but you had to watch it because it's the only thing that came on because the scheduling was completely ass. Like as much as I love these TV shows and networks, their schedules could be complete ass. Nothing good on for like
Really?
for days on end.
Yeah.
Like for real, they had like. All right, you had a few good episodes here, like Ed and Eddie, Billy and Mandy, and then you had like Johnny Test for 5 hours, marathon for a week.
I want you to Google Dirt Girl World. It's a Aussie cartoon, and it was a very disgusting one. I don't really like Australian cartoons, but those. I'm not saying
God,
all of
what's
them.
her face? I'm sorry.
I know it's so weird. I know it's so disturbing, isn't it?
Wait.
This is like our version of Angela Anaconda. I know. It's gross. It's disgusting.
And there's a live action version, or wait, does it?
Yeah, it is live action. They just put a face over the top of it and kind of like animate. Yeah.
It's like those old like 1960s shows where they have like the lips moving on this like still image.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Bro, who said let's make Angela Anaconda into a full series? Who said that?
Right. And it was just about like fucking this girl who like is in the garden. Apparently, it's Australian Canadian as well.
See,
so
Canada.
I think I think Canadians just make weird stuff, and and Australians. So when you combined it,
man, if you want to make a cartoon and you do not care about how it looks, then go to Canada. you will never find. Canada has like a supreme lack of like dynamic looking, amazing looking shows, but they have a ton of cartoons. They greenlight everything. They greenlit Dirt Girl World. Okay.
So gross. Though I must admit, I do like Angela Anaconda. As gross as it looks, I do enjoy it. And still do.
What's the one that was like? Oh, that is the one. I didn't even know that turned into. I thought literally it was like a one thing from the Digimon movie, where it was like the short before the Digimon movie came out, and it didn't have a series.
Yeah, that is Angela Anaconda. They did a Digimon reference. Isn't that weird? They added. That's crazy. I forgot about that.
I thought it was only Digimon. That's the thing. I was like, it has a series. It has episodes. It has 3 episodes. Yeah. It has 20. It has 40 episodes. 50.
Yes, and it's so good.
65 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cry.
It's all on YouTube if you want to watch it.
I don't. I do not. I've had.
No,
There are so many shows that have less like episodes that have so much better because it didn't sell enough toys. Symbiotic Titan got canceled. Didn't sell enough toys, but then Angela Anaconda has 65 episodes.
The thing is, I can't imagine a kid wanting to buy a toy based on like Angela Anaconda. It's so gross to look at.
Nobody would. It wasn't connecting in my mind, but I thought it was like a different, like, I was like, oh yeah, it must be a different person, it must be a different team, must be a different, like, show, because there's no way she got, like, a whole series. She did. It's on, oh god, so, yeah, Canada.
Learn everything, learn new things every day.
Canada. But they do have Ed and Eddie. So that brings everything back together.
Oh, that's true. Never watched Ed and Eddie.
Actually, that reminds me. All right, so a real quick question: what kind of did you? First of all, I don't think they had like the same kind of TV networks as they do in America, but were you a Cartoon Network, Disney, or a Nick kid?
So, as far as I know, if we wanted to watch those channels, we had to buy something to actually watch those, international channels. But because my parents were cheap, I just stuck to like whatever Australia was giving me. Kid? I don't know what that is, but there's this thing called like ABC, where ABC's... they would have, they wouldn't always just have like cartoons. It would be like cartoons in the morning, and then the news for the rest of the day, and then cartoons when you came home to 6 o'clock, and the news for the rest of the day. We never had a channel until, I don't know, when I stopped getting into cartoons or swapped into anime. We didn't have like a channel that was dedicated to like cartoons ever, like at all. At least, not until I was out of cartoons.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was so sick of like what I was watching, I converted to like watching things on YouTube, or like, I used to watch I gained more entertainment watching like YouTube poop or abridged series on YouTube over like, because it would be like, for example, there's this one that I used to watch a lot, which was called like Mario Stupid Deaths, or like Zelda abridged by who was it? It was Adam West Slapdog. All these I used to watch all of them instead of like cartoons, and then I transitioned into like anime.
Well, I mean, when you have like what, Angela Anaconda as your only option, yeah, you're gonna.
That's
change.
right. Though we did have Avatar. They did give us Avatar.
Okay, that's
Last Airbender, so that's good.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
They threw you a bone.
And Skyland. Yeah. It was good. I think that's what I enjoyed the most.
Is it like Skyland? Anything like? You ever heard of Reboot?
Reboot? No, I've not.
So it's like this, like it was the first 3D animated series back in the 90s, right? So it basically was just like this whole like running plot adventure that I didn't watch it, but basically it's like basically it's just like the same as like a Code Lyoko, right? Or, no, did you not have that either? Did you? Did you have that?
No, we didn't have Code Lyoko either.
Well, you know what it is though.
I do know what it is, yes. I don't know much about, like, the plot. I know about the appearance and the art style.
Same thing with Reboot, then, because I don't know about the plot either. It's like, it's a virus. It's a virus in the computer system. Oh, no.
Oh, right.
But, yeah, it makes sense that you, like, transition to, like, that, YouTube content and, like, all that stuff. It just especially when it was Saturday and Sunday, you would never have cartoons during, like, the afternoon. Like, at all. You would have to wait till nighttime to watch something like The Simpsons, and that's when I discovered South Park for the first time. It was 10 o'clock, and I thought, like, hey, there's actually cartoon at 10 o'clock, and I was watching it, and the episode was, I forgot. Do you remember the character, Mr. Slave? Yeah.
Well, do you remember the part where, he devours Britney Spears and, like, through rectum?
I forgot about that episode.
Yeah, well, that was my first introduction to like
what an introduction
to South Park, and I was terrified. I didn't understand what was going on. I was like,
that man eating Britney Spears?
It was no, it was crazy. So that's how I found out about South Park, and that's when and it wasn't until I was like maybe 10 when I started using the internet as like, my replacement, because I was so bored during like Saturday and Sunday. And like, I had a lot of video games as a kid, but because my parents wouldn't buy me more, I would either play all of it until I got bored, or like still try to play it. But I got bored a lot as a kid, so internet is where I lived for a bit.
I guess,
and then that's how I found anime.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do,
Yeah, exactly. But
does that kind of
you didn't tell me your favorite anime.
Oh yeah, you're. I was gonna bring it back later because you're in the middle of it. But I was gonna say yeah. So that you have an effect on when you're younger, right? So generally, like, my favorite anime are the stuff I watched when I was younger because it formed my opinions on life generally, a lot of
Yeah.
mental state, all that shit. So if I'm like talking about I I love film. I like film. I should watch more films, but I love it. Like composition, storyline, all that shit. You don't have to go and waste your time with a series. It's beautiful stuff, right?
Yeah. Do you have a favorite film?
Yes, I'm getting to this. My favorite movie actually is an anime movie. Kind of an obligatory choice, but End of Evangelion is like a beautiful movie.
That is a good movie.
It is the best movie. It's my favorite. It's tied with another movie, or at least right now, because I'm probably gonna change it if I have like more experience with the thing in life, I guess. But yeah, that movie it made me cry. That movie made me. That's the only.
It made you cry?
That's the only movie that made me cry. But,
really?
Yeah, the first time I watched it on Netflix, because it's not any. It's it was a soundtrack. The soundtrack was, I was waiting for this stuff because I was like, I know that because I knew Evangelion was gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna like it. I didn't because it was my taste.
Yeah.
I know my taste. I like, oh yeah, giant robots, mental-ish depression, all that shit. 90s anime, beautiful shot composition, all that shit. All this stuff, beautiful. That's what I like. And the character designs, yeah. So, but when oh wait, what was that?
Sorry, go on.
I was saying like
I was gonna. Yeah. Sorry. I keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry.
Just say what you gotta say. Say what you gotta say.
Yeah. What did you think of the elevator scene?
Specifically, I think like the elevator scene was overblown, but the other scene with this is a spoiler for real quick. At the end of Evangelion, I'm not gonna explain it, but like there's the end of Evangelion in episode whatever. Shinji holds whatever his name is, other gray-haired boy. Let's call him gray-haired boy's head, and he does it for like a minute and a half. Like the elevator scene was like, okay, it makes sense in context. It feels short, but seeing that holding his head scene for that long, it kind of like I was like, okay, that's a little much, guys. Come on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally forgot about that. That was so drawn out. That was awkward.
It was just awkward. Yeah, it was just awkward at a certain point. I'm like, okay, it's supposed to be a tense moment. Now get on with it. You're supposed to. I get it. I know. They play the entire symphony for that long. Just the elevator scene was like, all right, it's supposed to be tense between Asuka and Rei after that whatever mission that went fucking horrible, and it makes sense in thing. It's like the silence is thing, the tension is cutting, but
yeah, I like the elevator scene because of that. I could feel the tension. Like, a lot of people don't like it because it's too long, but I like it.
It has context. It has
ambient.
Yeah, ambient's a good way to put it. Like it has a reason. Yeah. It has like density. But with like the thing scene, I'm like, okay, I get it. I know he's supposed to be like I know that's his best friend or whatever, blah blah blah. But like, come on, man,
I didn't really feel connected with that guy because he was introduced so late. I'm not sure, but I don't know if that was my experience. Maybe he's, I don't know. I didn't feel very connected with him. He was like towards the end, wasn't he?
He was like one episode 20, like something 24.
Yeah, and there's like only 20 something episodes.
26 if you don't count the movie. So yeah. So yeah, that whole thing with whatever his name is, because I mean, I guess you're supposed, like, I think the reason that I kind of liked him because I was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to relate to Shinji, right? Shinji was he was down bad, he was down horrible. Poor guy was like, getting kicked by life all the time, right? So it's like,
yeah,
it's like finally find someone that likes him legitimately, genuinely, and then it has to be like that. It's like I like, it's not supposed to be like, oh yeah, he's himself is a really personable, like really personality depth person. It's like, oh no, it's supposed to be like, this is Shinji's desperation at this point. He's just down bad,
Oh, I guess I didn't really think about it like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can see why people like their dynamic.
Yeah, this is like a dynamic because like he doesn't really exist without the main character.
Yeah.
That's kind of the reason. But yeah, I was saying like, end of Evangelion, having that whole build up to the series, like I always say, the series is good. The series is amazing, like great, top, like a solid, great anime. Like I don't give numbers, but I would say like a great anime, good stuff, right? But the movie is a fucking masterpiece. That is like the greatest movie of all time, and I don't care who will give me shit for that opinion, because like the main series, like I genuinely think the main series is supposed to build up to the movie, and then that's like the whole point of it. If you watch episodes 25 and 26, like the regular ones, and you stop, you're missing the entire point. The movie is supposed to be like the entire, like it goes, you have it from the beginning, it has this build up, and then it goes into this gigantic apocalyptic like climax with like this orchestra in the background, and you feel something, you feel like genuine emotions about like this like whole shit going on, like all this like imagery, this unforgettable anime imagery that I thought literally, I couldn't even like plan like what year it was made, like 1997. Holy fuck. It's
yeah, it was cool.
That's the type of movie that make you like love movies, love film, because like it's just like, oh my god, that's my favorite.
Did you like the shade that the creator did on like the Evangelion fans?
Oh, like near the
I don't know if that was in the Netflix version,
that,
but
no,
you
was.
see a scene. You did see the scene of like the fans sitting in like the cinema and stuff.
The where they have the characters like
funny.
dressed up in the.
Yeah, I did not expect that at all to be in the movie.
Yeah, the meta like aspect was pretty cool too, but like I guess on a rewatch, it kind of like, you know, goes a little bit. Actually, wait, I think I have it on DVD. That's how I literally bought it on DVD.
Really?
I got it like, yeah, it was crazy. I think I got it signed. Maybe I don't remember if I remember someone did. But
when did you watch it?
It was like when it came on Netflix, because I was like, you know, I was a little bit less versed with technology back then, so I didn't feel like pirating that shit. I'm gonna be very clear. I just didn't feel like it, because, you know, going and getting a virus on my only computer at the time would have been just like not even a virus, probably like some malware or some shit. I wouldn't have dealt with that, so I was terrified. So.
Yeah, didn't you get a virus recently?
Yeah, I got a Trojan from look, man. You know, just
you don't have to tell me what you were like downloading if you wanna.
don't copy that floppy, because it wasn't even anything illegal. It was like a Linux distribution or some shit. I was, you know, because I've been trying to get like something set up,
sucks.
And yeah, obviously like, I was like, oh yeah, it's from this site. This site's completely safe, of course. And I didn't notice that. No, it wasn't at all.
Oh god.
Yeah, but for legal purposes, I've done nothing wrong. But yeah.
Yeah, I've never illegally downloaded things. I've always bought them.
I've bought every single thing. Yep, Nintendo. I totally own 3 GameCubes. 3 of them.
What's your favorite GameCube game?
GameCube game. I gotta say, favorite or like, yeah, because favorite's different than best, right? Because best, I gotta say Melee.
That's true.
Melee is long lasting. Melee is more depthful than any other GameCube game. Melee's just beloved, right?
Yeah.
My favorite's Sunshine. I hate Sunshine, but I love Sunshine. I love to hate Sunshine.
Yeah, a lot of people say that Sunshine doesn't really hold up that well. At least not everyone, but I've heard that Sunshine doesn't hold that up well now, or something. I don't know. Never played it. I do own it, but I haven't touched it.
Really? Like you own like the disc?
No. I bought the
collection. Yeah.
Mario.
You played it, yeah.
Yeah.
You plan to play that on stream one day?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. There's a lot of things I want to play on stream. I keep forgetting. Right.
There's like a ton of like, you're already playing like, you know, juggling 3 games. I don't want to put another one on you.
Yeah, I know. There's so many, and yeah, I keep forgetting.
But yeah, I was gonna say like Super Mario Sunshine's probably like one of the like first games I even like touched in general. So I have a it's like the first game I remember playing. So besides Pokemon or something, so.
Did you ever play Pokemon Gala of Darkness or Colosseum?
Yeah, I was gonna say that those games I kind of grew up with them too, but like in a different way, right? So I actually own both of them on. I don't remember. I hope they're still there. My discs are there. Like I got lucky. I lucked out because you know, I had grew up during the GameCube era of gaming, and everyone else had their PlayStations. I had the GameCube, and guess who's laughing now, baby? Who has the collectible game libraries?
I wish I still have. I wish I still have my GameCube. I think it's stolen. I have no idea.
Well, you can just buy a Wii. It'll be fine.
Oh, that's true. I could just buy a Wii and buy like GameCube games.
That was the best decision Nintendo's ever made.
Yeah.
If they had, if it was only
Wii.
GameCube games, you could only play on the GameCube console, then it'd be like extremely like hard to play any game ever.
Man, I wish they had like GameCube games on the Switch. I would buy them.
You technically did.
Huh?
You bought Sunshine.
They do? Oh, yeah, that's true. But I wish they had more. I love Gale of Darkness, and I'd love to like revisit it again.
I was gonna say that like
soundtrack is really good.
Yes. Like specifically, I think Coliseum's like I think I like did a tier list, right? And tier lists are tier lists are basically just like a different way of putting numbers, except numbers are like more strict, and I hate numbers, but tier lists are kind of fun.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I do like tier lists better than like numbers or ranking them. Yeah. Like that.
Yeah, because they're just like, you get to explain them. Because, everyone's like, okay, well, what do you mean by this? And they, like, they have to say, what do you mean by this? Instead of assuming, oh, that's what they meant by this, You have to, you have to ask them instead of, like, saying, oh, well, this is, this game must suck. If it's a 6 out of 10, it must be awful.
Yeah, I feel like you can kind of grasp, like, an idea on why it's in that tier list with the comparison of, like, visually seeing, like, all of them in that bracket. I guess.
Yeah, you kind of like have a point of comparison.
Yeah, exactly.
So if I was saying like, on a tier list, I put like Coliseum as like S tier, one of the best Pokemon games, and then I put like XD as like high B, low A, like a pretty big difference.
High B, low. Really, Coliseum is better?
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty biased, but I say that Coliseum is better because honestly, it's mostly because of, like, the aesthetic, right? It's like...
Yeah.
Because I really... Look, if you know me, I value aesthetic. That's my that's my fucking bread and butter. That's why I like, Oh, I was going to tell you more of my favorite movies, but I'll go back to that later. Blade Runner, both of them are my favorite movies because peak aesthetic. Like, you get an idea of the world. Atmosphere is impeccable. It's literally my desktop wallpaper right now. I'm not joking. So...
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So anything with like static qualities I value, right? So Coliseum, you have like it's different than any other Pokemon game with like aesthetically, because every other Pokemon game is like, oh yeah, kid going on an adventure, having fun, having missed all those team whatever, they're sure being bad, they're being it's like okay. But then Coliseum's like, holy shit, I'm about to it starts off with a literal bang, and the gaming cutscene explodes, robs these people, has this like sinister ass smile. It's amazing, and as like when you're a kid, you're like, holy shit, that's so cool. And when you're and it's like better when you're an adult, and you're like, holy shit, that's still cool.
Right, and I'm assuming that they both have the same soundtrack or similar.
Generally,
yeah.
Okay. So they have a lot of different things, but like they have a few shared tracks because they have a few shared areas, right?
Yeah.
So Coliseum has like the better battle themes. I think like it has I think that's just the general. Just has the better music. That's just me. Better.
Really, I gotta, because I really love video game soundtracks. Like I'm so immersed. It's great for either drawing or just like browsing or just revisiting the experience that you had when you first played the game.
Yeah, basically, that's like the like the video game soundtracks really just like show you like, oh yeah. Actually, I think that's like a longevity thing. It's like how whenever you go and listen to a soundtrack and like, oh man, I should play that game again. That's a great game. That's a beautiful game. Or at least a beautiful soundtrack.
I always get that with Donkey Kong Country. I absolutely love the soundtrack for Donkey Kong Country games.
All of them? How many? How many did you play? I'm gonna ask.
How many did I play?
Yeah.
I played 1, 2, and 3. Actually, I recently finished 2 and 3.
You ever play Returns?
Yeah, no, I did not play Returns.
I'll say that's the one I played. I think it's solid. I think it still lives up. I think it's.
Oh.
I played a little bit of Tropical
Yeah.
Freeze. I guess like halfway through, and it's great.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I recommend it to like anyone.
Is the soundtrack good?
For those two?
Because it's made by the same. Yeah, it's made by the same composer with another guy who also works on it.
Oh yeah, for the
Libra Wise.
newest ones, and yeah, they're still good. It's like a lot of the but it's like, it's like a different. It's like Donkey Kong Country, like has a different vibe than like Returns or whatever.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I definitely feel it. There is an aesthetic that I really like about like the SNES, Donkey Kong Country era.
Real quick, what's your tier list on those two? What's your comparison on the Donkey Kong Country games?
That I tried doing that recently. That is really hard. I like them all for different reasons. 2 is very difficult, and it's so hard. 3, like I feel like no one really talks about 3, but 3 is very detailed. It has like this overworld map. I feel like 3 is quite short, but I think it's because it's not as hard as 2. Or maybe 1. I think it might be harder than 1. But no, I really can't put a tier list on them. They're like my babies.
It's like grading my children.
All of them are so good for different reasons. 1 is for nostalgia reasons. 2 is difficult and like it has killer soundtrack. 3 has a really fun overworld, as well as like it has like this different way of playing. Like it's all of the levels. Well, most of the levels are unique to each other. You usually have like a new mechanic in each level. Whether you're racing someone, whether you're climbing to get away from something, whether there's like this weird puzzle in it, which is weird. I've never thought about like a puzzle kind of being implemented in a Donkey Kong Country game. But no, I can't. I really can't. I would say like I would put 1 at the top, then 2 and 3, but then I think like there's so many qualities in the other games that I like, oh my god, the bosses in 3 are so disgusting. They're so yuck. Oh my god, and I forget, I keep remembering stuff. You can have a snowball fight, and like one of the bosses is a snowball fight in 3. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, the giant barrel guy was in 3? That was in 2.
Yes, the barrel guy. He's disgusting.
He's gross looking.
But no, I think the bosses in 3 are actually the best in the Donkey Kong Country, like,
the
series. Or, like, yeah. So, it's hard to, like, pinpoint which one I like the most. I think aesthetic-wise, it might be 2. But I really, really do like 1. Oh, it's so hard. Yeah, I really can't answer that. I really can't.
Well, I have a feeling that, if you did play the other ones, you probably wouldn't say, like, oh, yeah, they're going to beat them anytime soon. Maybe you would. Maybe you wouldn't. But I guess, you have such an attachment to... A lot of people have, like, an attachment to Donkey Kong Country,
Yeah, they do. And I think 2 is, like, most people's favorite out of, like, the 3. But I don't know if many people actually played 3, because that came out when the 64 was out.
It was, like, way, way late.
It was.
You can't just grow up with Donkey Kong 3 unless you're broke.
Yeah, it's so good, though. Oh.
That's kind of a shame that, like, the best games come out at the end of a lifespan,
Isn't that what happened to, like, Xenoblade?
Yeah, well,
that's
I guess
why
it
it
depends.
Didn't get, like much...
2010 is it's iffy on that one. But especially with the 3DS, like, the Wii had a bunch of games at the end of it, though. The, Breath of the Wild was literally, like, the last game on the Wii U that Nintendo published, probably.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, someone was saying that it was better on the Wii U, but I felt like I've had issues playing it on the Wii U.
Depends.
I don't know.
Depends on like what like the frame rate definitely gets a lot like has a bunch of lower because I played both. The frame rate gets awful on the Wii U, but the loading times are like slightly better for everything. And it's like it's a pretty big difference, honestly, if you think about how much time you're spending on the shrines and stuff.
Yeah.
Like probably if you think about hours and hours saved, just like that 1 second of loading time.
Oh, every time I think of like the shrines, I think of that really insane puzzle where you have to like move that ball into like the hole, and I never figured it out. Like, oh, well, I did, but it took ages. I feel like it was too hard.
What the gyro controls?
I don't know, maybe my yeah.
Oh yeah, I literally was like on my control. I'm like, wait, why is it not moving? I'm like, oh god, I have to use this.
Yeah, no, that was a weird mechanic I didn't expect.
Yeah, it's a little. I hate that they don't give you. I hate Nintendo for not giving you options. They never do that. They never like, all right, here's you could just like use a regular control. You have to. I had to go pick up my motion controller to use my motion controller.
Yeah. What did you think of Skyward Sword?
Look, Mez, you got me in a bad place. Now I'm gonna say something. Well, this is my podcast, right? So if you're gonna be this far in, you're gonna be ride or die, right? You can't. Cause I'm gonna say it right here, right now. Hopefully, no one takes this out of context. Skyward Sword is ass. Skyward Sword is trash.
You don't like it?
No, it's not. Okay,
why?
it's not trash. It's not trash. Yeah. But it's like. It's so underwhelming, It's I have a copy right there, and like I'm not like the biggest Zelda fan in the world. Like Breath of the Wild is like the only one I could play for a while. It's like certain things about Zelda is like I don't know, something just like I can't play it for a long time, or it doesn't reach me. I don't know. Like in terms of Zelda, I'm like a more of a Link's Awakening person than a
interesting.
Ocarina of Time person.
Yeah, I'm a big Ocarina of Time person over like over like Breath of the Wild, I guess, since they're both really different. At least to me, they are.
Yeah, they pretty much are completely different games, I guess. I mean,
yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
but I mean, like, completely different. Like, yeah, we both know. Yeah, but
that's why I think I liked, because I also like Twilight Princess, and I played it on the Wii and the Gamecube and adapted to both controls. That's why I think I also just didn't mind Skyward Sword. I was used to like Nintendo using like you having to use the Nintendo's console or like controllers.
Oh yeah, I didn't explain why the Skyward Sword is ass, because it's not the motion controls.
It's not the motion controls?
Oh, no. You keep saying what you're gonna say though. I'm gonna say it later.
Oh yeah, no, I'm already done with that thought.
Oops. The Skyward Sword is not ass because of motion controls. It's ass because it's ass. So no, I'm joking.
Oh god. Go on. I'm not gonna.
I legitimately don't know. Like, there's gonna be some people like there's always like, okay. The thing is like, okay, I can't say it's ass because I haven't got. How much like is a game rating like even matter? First of all, second of all, I didn't get that far through it. I couldn't, because it just didn't grab my attention. It couldn't keep me. I got to like the end of like the fire whatever forest temple. I don't remember. I think it was the fire one. And then I was like, all right, this is boring me, because at least like with all the other Zelda, most of the other Zelda games didn't like bore me. Skyward Sword was just like it was so by the numbers.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Something about it did seem quite empty, or especially the fire area. I did find myself falling asleep more. I don't know what it is. I think I really wasn't as interested in the aesthetic. I mean, you go into like lava places or like Death Mountain places all the time in Zelda, and it didn't really change what I was like used to seeing, I guess.
Yeah, that's really the gist of it, because at least with like every Zelda game, it's like, okay, Zelda 1 is Zelda 1, okay, Zelda 2 has sideways, Zelda what's it called? It's called Link to the Past is like Super Nintendo graphics, so you have that thing. It's like mode 7 and shit. You have Link's Awakening is the best one, because
okay,
it is.
Yeah,
because not the best traditional one. I guess Breath of the Wild is my favorite though, because the world is more dense. There are actually characters a lot. I mean, of course there are characters in every Zelda game, but there's a lot like compact adventure, a lot more like experimental with all their stuff. I appreciate like when like series can get like experimental with their stuff instead of being like by the numbers. That's like a lot. That's really important to me, because like how can you be aesthetically interesting if you have like the most boring everything else, right? So that's why Skyward Sword is not like complete ass. It's not a horrible game, but it could probably be enjoyable. And like, that's not the motion controls, the required motion controls. I get it, but it's also like, So it's like, but it does add more, it's kind of annoying to me, but it adds a little bit more dynamics to the sword play, so it's kind of like even, you know. But
Yeah.
but like every Zelda game has their own aesthetic. Ocarina of Time is Ocarina of Time. Obviously, it has like the N64. You know, you have like all that stuff. You know, Majora's Mask is dark and brooding. Wind Waker is literally the most stylish game ever made. Twilight Princess is kind of underrated for what it is. A really, you know, dark atmosphere. A lot of, you know, a little deeper themes. You know, a lot more moody, just melancholy all together. I appreciate that kind of thing. I didn't. That's the one I actually had as a youngin, but it's not anywhere near my favorite because I don't know. It just didn't feel it. You know, the DS Zelda games are like a little bit less because they're just kind of copying off of Wind Waker's like aesthetic.
Really? I loved the DS. I love the DS. I think because I played around with the DS mechanic, it made it very exciting.
I think my DS was kind of beat up, so
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
My literal like some of them like the thing is I couldn't use the mic or whatever after like I don't know.
Oh no, that's important.
Yeah, you need that. So at least in later whenever I tried to replay it or whatever, I literally couldn't. So I might have a different opinion because I used to actually have that game when I was younger, right? So but also
Yeah.
what's it called? I say that game because I mean you know, the original Phantom Hourglass.
Yeah.
Spirit Tracks was cool. Actually, it's probably better.
I love Spirit Tracks as well.
Yeah, those two are again underrated games. Like 2000 again, I say 2000s era. Like we're growing up, you know, as a gaming community. So I guess 2000s era is gonna be like a fondly remembered nostalgically soon for like, you know, being the Ocarina of Time for a lot of people or whatever. But yeah. I think that those two games are like really good. Link's crossbow training, the best one, obviously. Link's crossbow training.
Is that better than Skyward Sword?
If I say yes, will I get crucified?
No, I won't.
You won't do it, but someone might. But
maybe someone else.
Yeah, Link's crossbow training. I haven't played it though, so I can't say. But it's probably like $3, so I probably could play it if I really wanted to. Skyward Sword is like. You know, after that you have Breath of the Wild, and you know, you have Link Between Worlds, and the Link Between Worlds is like, you know, a little bit less thing, and like, what's the one with the triple Zelda, whatever, what's it called, the Triforce Heroes? That one's a little bit like less good too, very forgettable one. But you know, it's like how even if you're like, and you know, even the CDI Zeldas are better than thing for what I value, you know, for like, and I'm not saying as a game, like Skyward Sword is leagues and leagues above. Do not get it twisted. It's leagues and leagues above the CDI Zeldas.
Of course.
But for what I value in a game, like at least like for the entertainment factor in general, like saying, all right, it's a funny game, it's a entertaining, keeps my attention. Like Skyward Sword is boring as hell, but at least like all those other games have something like unique about them, something like distinctive, you know.
Okay.
It's kind of like what my gist is. That makes sense. So yeah, you said like you like Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time is my favorite. I think it is. It might be like it was my first, but you know, it was you know, it was my first experience of like playing a game where you have all these characters that kind of stand out on their own. Like I always wonder like, what's up with that guy? Why are these builders running around like that? You know, do you remember the Kakariko Village? That's probably my favorite Zelda place. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Well, they're builders, so that's their whole cycle. they're video game characters. But like, no, it really like fed into that curiosity that I had as a kid, where I explored like every nook and cranny of like everything and discovered something. Especially, that's why Kakariko Village is probably my favorite, you know, location in any Zelda game. You know, it's just like this small place. You have like a little chicken area. You have like, you know, this a graveyard at the back, a big massive death mountain next to it.
A lot of stuff
and there's just like, hey?
A lot of stuff happening there.
Yeah, right? And it's just like, you wouldn't think much of it because it's just so small and it has like this very homey kind of soundtrack in there, but it's so mysterious and it's so interesting that you know, I was having a blast as a kid, even though I was terrified playing it. My curiosity of like pushing every graveyard because it was possible, like I had to do it, and then, you find things as I kept playing. I think that's why I liked Ocarina of Time. Like all the interaction with all these characters, you always discover like something new, and like there was a night and day cycle which was like new to me in video games, and it matters in like certain aspects, and I was blown away, and like even now, I could go back and play it again because I might have forgotten what this might do, and like the amount of hours that I spent in the do you know I forgot what the place is called, but the place where you fish. That place.
Where was that? That was in like the lake, like Lake Hylia or something.
Yeah, that's in Lake Hylia. That's just a place where you can fish, and I would spend like hours just fishing because
fishing's
it's like
cool in every game.
Dude, fishing is like the best thing in Zelda.
Yeah,
I liked it in Twilight Princess. I liked it in Ocarina.
Fishing's the best thing in every game. I swear.
It's so. Oh my god! And in Twilight Princess, they really go crazy with like the season changes. And I don't know if you remember this, but in Twilight Princess, it could snow in that fishing area, or turn to spring, or turn to autumn. Yes, right. I spent so much time in that place that I would see like the season change in this small area.
And like, crazy.
Right, just like all these small things. So back to Ocarina, all these small things that I would discover, like how if you threw your fishing line towards like the clerk guy or the guy who like gives you a rod, you can steal his hat and see his hair. Like what the fuck? Why? You can, and he gets really angry, and you have to like pay for it or something. You're
gonna buy me a new
insane.
Hat.
Pretty much, isn't that crazy? So like Ocarina
details.
has always been my favorite. Yeah, right. And not to mention like not forgetting the music as well.
Oh yeah, yeah, no question.
Music in Ocarina.
Literally like
the introduction music.
Oh my god! See, that's the thing about it. How music is like one of the peak things. That's why I like Final Fantasy VII so much, because every track in there makes me like feel real depth of emotion, right? Like try to play any other one, like it's solid, good, but it's like what tracks will make me feel something. That's really what I go to a game for, right? What will make me feel an emotion, because Yeah,
totally. Yeah. I feel music is very important to me in video games.
You do listen to music sound, game soundtracks, don't you? So you did mention
I do.
That. What kind of game soundtracks do you listen to, actually?
That's really hard to tell because they're all so different. So I did mention to you before, I listen to a lot of like Tetris Spear soundtrack, which is very drum and bass.
Yes,
I don't know.
Like either like house, drum and bass, like 90s, like
Yeah, it's so cool to me. But then I would also listen to something like Okami, which is very Oriental and very
Japanese.
Yeah. So I like different kinds of, as long as it gives me like a feeling,
like aesthetic,
then
like aesthetic
I tend
qualities.
to like it. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, it's hard to pinpoint like what genre of music. It's mainly the feeling, and if it sounds nice, or if it reminds me of something from what I was playing.
Well, I guess like that's what music in general, right? Does it sound? Good?
Totally. If it sounds good, then I'll listen to it. But I if you were to ask like what was my favorite soundtrack in general for video games, it would be Aquatic Ambiance or Donkey Kong Country 1, because it just sets like a mood of like mystery, and it's very unique to me.
Probably the best composed song, I will say. Probably the best composed song in video gaming history. That's a fair argument. You could say that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people would disagree with that. There's
There's opinions, but there's like it's Aquatic Ambience. Come on.
Exactly. That's a right opinion.
So, like, what kind of games did you play as a kid?
I played a lot of Nintendo games, so I didn't really play anything PS2 or like anything from PlayStation or Xbox. As a kid, I used to thought shooting games were dumb.
Yeah, me too, actually.
And
Call of Duty every year? Ugh, these guys.
Yeah. Shooting games are like games where you, like, I don't know, those kind of things weren't like what I was into. I really as a kid, I liked games. Like, games that I would replay a lot was Pokemon Stadium, was... I played a lot of Yoshi's Story.
Actually, wait, I want to know specifically because a lot of people like think, oh yeah, they always play it on the original console, but then I think you could have played it on a different like version. So what I grew up was like the Wii, right? And I had the Virtual Console stuff. So like, what versions of these games did you play? Like Ocarina of Time, you play like N64, like Gamecube.
Oh, it was N64.
Like the original.
Yes. Ah. So I had the original SNES. I know I'm old.
Well, I mean, I have one too, so it's the thing.
No. It's like my elder sister was super into these games. So she bought them, and then I got into them when she got out of
Exactly, it's the same. It's like hand-me-down games.
Yeah. So, which is good because I was able to experience like games on the Game Boy Color, and then like the 64 or the SNES, which I absolutely love like SNES games. As a kid, I used to play a lot of Tetris Attack, which is like a puzzle game.
It's Paddle de Pon for anyone at home.
Panel de Pon, which is on the Switch, on the virtual.
Yeah, the Switch Online or whatever.
Yeah, SNES. On the SNES thing.
Solid game.
Which is great. I still play it like on my Switch. I do miss that it isn't like Yoshi, like Mario characters or Yoshi characters, but that's all right. Played a lot of Zelda, of course. I played Banjo-Kazooie, which is great. I freaking love Banjo-Kazooie. Super Mario 64. Donkey Kong Country, obviously. And I also had like games from the Gamecube area. But I didn't have many Gamecube games. It was mainly like Pikmin 2, or like what else was there? Oh, like Pokemon Coliseum. And then obviously there's the Wii games, whether it's like Twilight Princess or like just all those Zelda games. It's really hard to try to remember everything.
Yeah, you can't name every game you had as a kid, right?
Yeah, because obviously there will be like a one-off game that I really enjoy that I'm not thinking of because they're not like the main games or something.
Because you might have like one game that you like played for hours and hours and you just completely forgot about it in the back of your mind. It's like, damn, I was gonna mention that game.
Yeah. There's definitely after this podcast, I'm definitely gonna think like, man, I could have mentioned like this really good game that I loved as a kid, but no, it was I'm having a hard time. I only remember like the staples.
Yeah.
But I am like in general, I am like Pokemon, Zelda, Mario kind of person.
Makes sense.
Because they're all like, yeah.
I mean, you had that's the thing with hand-me-down games, right? Because generally they give you all their games, and most of the games are at least like all right, and then you have a few classics in there, and then you gotta take care of whatever's the best, of course.
I think the first game that I've had or like owned to myself was Pokemon Yellow, which is old, but. Yeah. It was great. I loved Pokemon Yellow as a kid.
Solid game, yeah.
I'd
say it's better, like, better as a kid than it is now, but I mean, still has a classic appeal,
That's why I think I'm very attached to, like, in terms of, like, main series Pokemon games, I still think that Heart Gold Soul Silver is my favorite. Mainly because that it has, Pokemon that follow you, which sounds like a really dumb reason. No, that's not the dumb reason.
Actually, anyone who's like not a Pokemon fan says, "Oh, I mean, okay." But when you play those games, like, bro, I want them back in every game. They're adorable.
Yeah, right. It's nice to like know what every overworld sprite looks like,
especially when they're like, fucking shiny. Oh my god.
Right. Or like legendary or just
it's
massive.
Like gigantic.
You just take it out.
Yeah.
It's so exciting, and it's like that's the last time I've ever felt like excitement for like small details in like a Pokemon game. I think I stopped liking Pokemon as much when I finished Pokemon Black.
You ever played Black and White?
Yeah, Pokemon Black. I did, and I'm currently playing Pokemon Black 2.
You're very far in it,
but. I'm up to the gym leader, but I have a lot. I have to like train a lot.
I'd say that.
Not
I was
the gym
say
leader,
that one's
so
better.
Elite Four. Yeah, I think so. I think it is better. But now that I'm an adult, it's I'm still not as excited as I would be as a kid.
Mm.
I used to be I was so crazy about like Pokemon that I was too impatient for it to get like a Western release, so I bought the Japanese version when I was like, I don't know, young.
And now I just have a Japanese cartridge.
So yeah, I have a random Japanese cartridge that I used to play because like it's not hard to play Pokemon. Talk to every NPC,
And then you figure it out.
Yeah, pretty much. So I ended up completing it, even though I understood nothing about it. But no, it was good. I liked it. That was my first Pokemon Black experience.
I'm telling you, if I was a kid and
Yeah,
I knew that what's it called, region locking wasn't a thing on the DS, then I would have 100% done that too.
Yeah, so the thing is, region locking was like a thing on like the DSi, but I owned like a DS, so I was able to play
it's only DSi exclusive. Actually, I think it's only DSi exclusive games because they couldn't like go back and add it for every game on the So it's weird.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's
so you can play if you have a DS, just not the DSi.
Yeah,
which is weird.
I think you can play it on the DSi, but you can't play there are like DSi exclusive games that were like like Photo Showdown. Right?
Okay.
Those games are region locked,
Okay.
but like every other DS game until the 3DS is region unlocked. It's kind of like weird.
So luckily, Nintendo doesn't do that anymore. They release Pokemon games at the same time as like everyone else.
I'm glad they changed that.
Yeah. Now I don't have to buy like a Japanese version to like play it, but yeah, I think they changed it during X and Y.
Probably, yeah. They're releasing
sure.
worldwide. Yeah, I remember that. That it was.
But
I'm glad because man, that wait was agonizing. That wait was horrible.
Yeah, I know. Like you had to like, because I would be so impatient. I'd like watch, like I'd find information,
like previews
from, like,
and
other
like
things
screenshots and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And I would like I would memorize like the Japanese names, over like the English ones because I never had like English names. I already forgot them now. Mijumaru, is that what? I think that's what Oshawott was called.
The fact that you remember
that's
this.
what I know. I'm such a weeb. But
it's not really a weeb. It's more of a nerd, a dork.
Yeah. But no, I used to be so crazy about Pokemon. But as I got older, I got out of it. Obviously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess not. You didn't get really out of it.
I think.
So you're
I think it's also because. Yeah, I think it's also because I prefer like pixelated Pokemon over like 3D. Something about the pixels are way more
appealing.
Is charming. Yeah.
I feel that because there's more because you have with 3D you have like that's how it moves. Oh okay well now.
Yeah, that's how it looks like. That's how I should be interpreting it, right?
Yeah.
With pixels, you kind of like it's left for the imagination.
There are like literally some sprites in like Gen 4 where I'm looking at sideways like, well, it could be that way. It could be this way.
Right.
And then
but it was totally
yeah.
exciting when you had the 3D models come out, then you officially know what they look like instead of like watching the anime, I guess.
But then you look at like Typhlosion and you're like, what did they do to my boy?
Or like Whale Lord looking like really tiny. I don't know if he looks tiny in like the X and Y games.
I don't know, but I know like it's kind of weird because yeah, in Pokemon like Coliseum, Stadium, Battle Revolution is the same thing. It's like these are main series games, right? You don't like look at them once, you're like, oh, it's cool for battles, and now you see them all the time, right? So especially on like the DS screen where they can't fit like Wailord in his full glory,
Yeah, I mean, I get why they can't make him big, but he looks so insignificant and tiny.
Yeah, again,
even though his
Typhlosion, man, they ruined him. That like he was like so cool, his dynamic like fire, and then the X and Y is like looks like a weasel, I guess.
Yeah, I wish I noticed that what I really liked about, because I thought maybe I don't really like 3D Pokemon as much, but I did enjoy like how the battles look in Stadium, and I did like how it looked in Gale of Darkness, but in X and Y, and from there, even in Sword and Shield, it doesn't have that same feeling of like, I don't know, epicness. I don't know how to describe it.
Because it's like, you know, they're not trying to impress you with those. They're just trying to be the next Pokemon game, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Which is a shame. They're like shitting out a Pokemon game like every year.
You know what it is? It's the lighting.
Except for this year, I think it's only. It's the lighting. It might be.
Think about it. Like if you watch Pokemon Battle Revolution, like damn, that looks good. And like lighting, it's like shadows and stuff. And then with like
it might be.
Yeah, because with the X and Y, they have like nothing dynamic in the lighting department. They don't have the.
I also think it's the camera and like the animation as well. I feel like the camera was very exciting in like the other games.
Yeah, because they had more space to work with, I guess, like resolution wise.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what makes X and Y, I mean, Sword and Shield a little bit more disappointing because it's like, okay, they didn't use any of that stuff they learned from that.
Yeah. No.
It was a different company too, so it was like it was a Genius Sonority or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because it's burned into my mind. The that goes before Coliseum and like that's burned into my fucking retinas, my brain.
I wouldn't know. I don't know if that's in Gale Darkness or not.
I think it is. It's like the logo screen. Like every time you turn on the GameCube and you see those like logos with like Mario Sunshine, like and he like paints on the screen and that's burned into my mind.
I like those a lot. You know how there was this one thing that I wish the Switch had. Did you ever have the 3DS?
Oh yeah, I have it right here actually. It's broken, but
yeah. I know that the Switch is supposed to be like a home console as well as a handheld. I miss the whole like, you know, when you bring your Switch outside, you'd pass people and then you get coins for like walking around. I miss that. Or like
Street Pass?
You have like, yeah, and like how if you have friends, you can see what they're playing or like see their little Miis in the friends list.
Being nosy.
And like, oh. No, I just think I thought it was like really cute. I thought it was adorable. It felt very personal. Yeah,
I actually,
it was nice, and you can.
I would say I hated it because there was a free game on there was called Find Me, and I had to go shake my 3DS or whatever to get those play coins so I could play. I'm like, I want to play this game.
Really? I don't remember that.
That was on the Street Pass Plaza. You got these games or whatever with the Street Pass characters or whatever, and well,
did you ever?
Oh, yeah, you can go.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you ever play that game where you would take a selfie or a photo and then you would have to like shoot yourself?
I thought it was so weird. I thought it was like really weird. I'm like, I don't want to see my face like that.
It's very horrifying.
It's like
it's very
whatever her name is, Samantha Padantha or whatever, Angela Kanaconda. It's horrifying.
Oh, Angela Anaconda. Yeah, for real.
It's weird.
It does seem like. I liked it a lot. I didn't. Well, I did. I thought I did play it for like an hour and then never touched it again.
Like when you get your 3DS and you have no other games, like, oh, it's it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you're given these cards, and you can put like your Mii's.
And then you lose the cards and you never play with the cards.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was definitely an experience, like an introduction to like what the Switch is capable of. But I don't see many games utilize that. Like at all.
Yeah, Switch. I did say like for being a great console, they lose a lot of charm. But also, I hate Joy-Cons. The Joy-Cons are ass. But yeah, it loses a lot of charm.
Right. Yeah. I see what you mean. I've never actually like mounted my Switch on like a table and then sat in front of it with a Joy-Con. It's way too tiny for it's a tiny screen to even use it like that. And plus the battery life is like 3 hours.
Yeah, it's surprisingly crappy.
And to like charge it, you have to like charge it from the bottom of the Switch.
Again,
so you can't even like. Yeah, but
like the 3DS
I never needed to use that. Yeah. Oh my god, the 3DS is so good. Yeah. Did you ever download that there's like a thing, like an app that you can download where they release like short
Nintendo video. How did you know? How did someone else know that existed? I thought I was the only one.
It does.
I was like, oh man,
because I used to watch a lot of Kid Icarus on there.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And like, yeah.
Did you play? You played Uprising?
It was fun. I did. I love Uprising.
See, this is why this is the podcast right here. This is why you were invited here.
Yeah.
I'm glad I could gush about Kid Icarus Uprising. It's the best. It's oh my god, that game's so good.
So good. There's so much in there that you can do, and it's so addicting. And did you ever play multiplayer?
I tried. I mean, I was online whenever it was up. Dude, yeah, I tried a little bit.
I wrecked multiplayer. It was so fun. You just go invisible, you have like because I had like a melee like gauntlet thing, and it would just crush people as long as I get close to them, and as long as I'm invisible, then they would die instantly. It was so
The
fun.
sneak build.
I had like the I had the best best way of playing it, and oh, I was so addicted to it. I love Kid Icarus. It's probably one of my favorite Switch games, if not
3DS.
my favorite Switch. Oh, sorry, yeah, 3DS.
I really wish it was on Switch. Though.
3DS
God, if it was on Switch, then it'd already be over. Because you already know, like, that's the one of the. First of all, they wouldn't have to use that stupid ass touchscreen thing, and it's not even that bad. The touchscreen like controls. I thought I got used to it, but it's stupid because you have to use it because you don't have any buttons left, right?
Yeah.
So if it was a Switch version or a sequel or something, which they could do and they should do, and if they do it, then
I don't think I don't think Sakurai is gonna do that. I think he specifically said he's never gonna make another one, which is sad because I also liked Kid Icarus a lot.
All right, so
It sucks.
So do you think what do you think's better, Kid Icarus? I mean, I said Kid Icarus. Pit and Veridi or Pit and Palutena?
I like Pit and Palutena's dynamic more. I mean, I like Veridi as well, but I think because like I don't know, she's just a tsundere girl, right? I really liked the dynamic of Palutena because she's kind of cheeky, right? She's kind of like she makes like little jabs or jokes at Pit, which is very sweet. What's your opinion, or what do you prefer?
I was gonna say like man, it's difficult, but I probably would say Pit and Veridi because I think like how adorable their interactions are when like the Palutena arc is happening. But I know obviously like Pit is gonna be like loyal to Palutena until the end, so that'd be like difficult to think about like actually like in practice, right?
Yeah, but it is fun.
Yeah,
like to see their dynamic.
I think they'd be cute together, but I don't think like realistically in the story.
Oh, are we talking about pairing? I didn't know we were talking about like pairing wise.
Like friendship wise. I mean, we're talking
about if we're shipping them. I'd ship him with Veridi. I didn't know that. Oh no! Well, I would not ship him with Palutena. Palutena's like a mentor figure. I would. Oh shit! That wasn't clear to me at all.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm kind of sorry. Maybe I should have made it more clear. Maybe I should.
Okay. Yes. No. I agree. Veridi. Definitely Veridi. I think they are cuted together. Oh my god.
Gross.
Speaking of like Kid Icarus, the soundtrack is also really good.
Oh yeah, the kind of
soundtrack for Chapter 18.
Which one was that?
The soundtrack for that's the one where he's a dog.
Oh yeah, The Ring. Yeah, God, that was so good. The one that comes to mind immediately is like the first part of Dark Pit. That's Chapter 6. With the guitar.
Yes.
Oh, it's so. Oh my God.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, even like the boss battles are so good. I can never get enough of like the boss fights.
I don't think I got. Yeah, I redid those levels again and again, man.
Yeah. No, I liked such great games.
Also, I want to mention this because I mentioned this on stream again. But I used to have a crush on what's her name, Phosphora, because she was. I mean, look at her. She's adorable.
She's hot. Yeah. No, I agree. I can see why. No,
especially when you're younger, you're like, damn.
Another soundtrack.
So.
Her theme is also really good.
One,
the whole level with her
lightning
is also really
lightning
fun.
battles was so fucking cool. You get to fly in the air and you get the and they're like and it's sparking. Like everything's so cool about that level.
Yeah, no, it's great. I also liked what's his face?
Chiron?
You know the human character?
Oh, what's his name?
name?
Yeah, the Angus
Soundtrack
or something.
Really,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. He's a human character.
What's his name? Say
Is it Magus?
Magus, yeah. What was it?
Is it?
Kid.
Okay.
Magnus.
Magnus.
I said Magus. I said Haggis.
Isn't that an ice cream brand? Magnus?
Maybe there, but
Magnum?
definitely not here. Magnum?
Oh.
I don't know. No, I don't know. Magnum's a condom brand.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Pure pristine thoughts.
Maybe that's some of the appeal of your stream too. You know how like anime. I guess anime girls are like always like girls are seen like, oh yeah, I'm pure or whatever, and then it's like you're pure out of like, I guess, ignorance. I don't want to say stupidity because that'd be, first of all, that's rude. That's fucking rude. You're my guest. But,
just calling me stupid.
Yeah, literally just like straight up like, no, I wouldn't do that. Even though I kind of just did. I would never do that. Listen.
Anyway.
But yeah,
yes, go
that's
on.
kind of like the appeal of some of it, right? I think because like some people are like, oh yeah, seeing this person like learn this stuff over time, kind of like get better at whatever, see the progression, I guess. Isn't that kind of like a point of it?
In terms of
anything really, but like in your stream, I think like a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess because I do not know a lot, and like people can teach me. Yeah, you're right. I am kind of ignorant for a lot of things. But that might be the appeal. I mean, it is. I mean, I do notice that people do help me with things, so it might be. I do appreciate it as well, because some people genuinely, try to like educate me in things, which is really nice.
You ever consider it? Like, you ever like think about like I guess like the overall thing, like the grand scheme of your like stream, how do I explain it?
The grand scheme?
Yeah, like you ever consider like what is your like goal for streaming?
Oh, not really. I don't really think, man.
I just have like you stream because you like think before. I think because I am. I stream because I exist.
Yeah, no, I mean, in terms of streaming, I just stream for fun. I stream so I can talk to someone whilst I play games, and like it is always nice to. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people will stream. I don't know if people mainly stream for like fame or like to become popular, but I'd like to. I thought, I don't know. I think most people stream so they can like talk to someone. At least that's why I stream.
I guess you're right.
I like talking.
Yeah, just have a conversation.
Yeah, I really do like conversing. So that's the only reason why I stream. Just turn on and play a game. But obviously there's people that start. There are people who will sub or like donate or like give me money. So it feels like there's also a small commitment to doing it on a schedule, right?
Oh, yes.
Like I've fallen into like, I'm bad now, but when I first started streaming, I was pretty consistent with streaming every day.
Every day?
Yeah, that I'd skip like a day every 2 weeks. But yeah, no, it's I don't mind it. It's because I don't really stream that long. I only stream for like 3 hours.
For a lot of people, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's not like extremely long. For like that's like an average stream length for Twitch, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. At least for me, it's good. But yeah, so I've never really felt burnt out. Most of the time when I don't stream, it's because of like inconveniences and like other aspects of like my life. But no, I do enjoy streaming for just like playing a game and talking.
Not really getting like gigantic like lofty goals behind or anything. Just like this is me. I stream video games and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. I have entertained the idea of like building something, making like a YouTube, like I don't know, making YouTube videos out of it, or like expanding or like creating a fan base. But
I mean, you already did.
I'm too lazy. Oh, that's true. But I'm way too lazy to do anything like that. That one video that I made on YouTube, I know I mentioned it earlier, it took me 2 weeks, but that was because I was lazy to like draw or like edit.
Uh-huh.
The editing process was the worst.
Wait, why?
Because like I would have like images for like everything. I would have to draw it, then I would have to make it look like it's compile it all together.
Oh yeah,
right?
Like image by image.
Yeah. So like obviously I drew like everything in there. Obviously there's some things that I did take like backgrounds or something, but I drew most of the stuff in there, and that took a while. It took a long time, and then compiling it all together ugh, editing is so hard.
Yeah, it's kind of. Well, it gets easier, but yeah, that sucks whenever you have to do image by image because you have to drag it in each one, time it out.
Yeah, exactly. And as someone who's very unorganized and I have a really bad memory, it's really hard to like, you know, just figure everything out, I guess.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Actually, you mentioned your art, right? So, very you know, I keep forgetting that you're an artist, but I look at your Twitter, I'm like, that's solid stuff, you know. So, you have any like,
Oh, thank you.
you know, origin story? You know, everyone asks, oh, yeah, how do you get started drawing? And it's always like, I started when I was like fucking 3. I drew on my wall, and my mom punched me in the face. But yeah, what's your story?
Oh, okay. So it's such a typical story. I did like drawing as a kid. I watched a lot of Pokemon. So I like drawing Pokemon, and I like drawing myself interacting with Pokemon. So that's how it happened. I would draw like Pokemon. I would make my own Pokédex. I would even like add like this Pokemon evolves into this Pokemon at level like 16, and then like draw each. I know it's
It's not lame. I was gonna say like that's wholesome. That's extremely. That's surprisingly wholesome. I'm scared.
Yeah, I was 6 when I did that,
Aww.
but I was so like into Pokemon and like figuring out like, you know, I was so interested in how they changed at every level and like what moves they learnt on like which level. So like it's most of the information is gone, but I do remember like small things. It's really easy with Pokemon starters on like when they level, because it's usually the same. They evolve at level 16 and then 32 or 36. But yeah, no, I had my brain wanted to be like an encyclopedia for like Pokemon, but now there's too many, and that's hard.
Yeah, it's like 800 of them, 900.
Yeah, but so that's how I got into drawing, and then I still kept drawing as a kid. It was still mainly Pokemon. It was sometimes Zelda characters, or it was sometimes, you know, characters from cartoons, and then. Well, when I got into anime was when I started drawing even more, where I would make like Naruto OCs or like anime characters or like you know that kind of stuff.
You mentioned something like that on stream, didn't you? Like the
yeah,
like Fujoshi era of your life or something.
Yes, I did mention that. No, that was a point because, like, remember, I used to, like, just watch anime from, like, you know, as soon as I got home from school until, like, 4 a.m. I'd just binge watch on, like, whatever.
God, I wish I could still do that.
Yeah, I know, I can't do that anymore. My attention span is so bad. But I would watch, like, Naruto, and then, like, you know, I'd read. There was a point where I would, like, get into all these different anime where the Fujoshi stage is like when I used to read like manga or like you know, doujinshis, which is not pornographic.
Yeah,
it's just fan created.
They're literally,
you know,
fan fiction.
Yeah, but as like a manga form, I guess. But that kind of stuff, and then draw those characters, and you know, listen to the soundtrack of the anime, or like, you know. It was pretty crazy back then. I really liked the stuff that I was into. Like, for example, with Naruto, I would
You don't have to say it here if you don't want to. Let's go to the next topic.
We'll move on. But I was like so insane about Naruto. I used to make like A and Bs. Ooh.
You're like reeling at thinking about that. I can hear the anguish.
It was yeah, no.
I can hear
it was very cringe.
The genuine pain. Like, oh, why did I do that?
Dude, you want to know what music I would put over those Naruto? Ugh. It was like Britney Spears music for Naruto.
Oh,
it didn't match at all. It was two contradicting kind of like things.
Oh my god.
In a YouTube video.
Saying, like it's just like painful.
Because it's so
painful
it's so
memory.
disgusting. Like I can't believe I went through a phase like that. But there was also like a phase where because I lived in like there weren't many like guys that I liked when I was younger, so I was like 2D is better than 3D. Like I love my anime boys more than I
we
love
all go through that
IRL men.
era. You know, we all have our body pillows stuffed in some closet.
Oh, thank God! Yeah, as a kid I wanted to, but I grew out of that, and I grew out of that when I was like maybe 16, 17. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe 18. Maybe a bit later. No, I think it was 17, 18 when I grew out of like the obsessive like anime kind of person, which yeah, I mean if anyone is like into anime in that kind of way, that's fine. It doesn't really affect me. I don't really care if like you know how like people have like a big dislike towards weebs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't really mind that because it's like it doesn't really bother me. I don't really interact with weebs. And if I do, then we'll talk about the topics we need to talk about and that's it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I used to be a weeb, so I guess I understand what it's I understand what it's like to be.
Particular like hatred of weebs, weeb culture, because you know how it felt.
Yeah, I mean that also applies to like people who hate K-pop. I do like K-pop now, but I don't really have like a dislike towards people who like K-pop and like I don't know. As long as you're not hurting anyone, it's fine.
Yeah, it's mostly. Well, I guess most people who hate K-pop are because like, oh yeah, those obsessive K-pop fans are ruining everything. That's really can't separate the.
Yeah, it is very obnoxious when you're reading a tweet and then someone is posting like something on someone is replying to it with like a K-pop
like a fan cam.
a K-pop like a girl dancing or like a gif, which is
You wouldn't have died
funny,
if you stan Luna.
Yeah, right. No, I have seen that. That's pretty bad. But I think because there's a lot of K-pop fans, there are more people who aren't that crazy. At least I like to believe so.
For the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. No, there's heaps. There's a lot.
I was gonna ask, who inspires your art? Like, I know it's a typical art question, but I mean, I want to be thorough here. I don't, because I've been waiting for this interview for a while. This conversation for a long time.
Sorry.
I'm gonna guilt you about it. I'm gonna say I have to be thorough. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Who inspired my art? I used to like this girl named Sakimi-chan on DeviantArt.
Look her up. Can I spell that still?
You want me to type it out for you?
No, I found it. Somehow.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. It's that person that does. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's that person that does that like crazy good art on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was very inspirational for me, and there's also Ilya.
Oh my God,
Ilya
that's
does
porn.
a lot of.
Anyway.
There's also Ilya Kuvshinov.
Ilya. Kalv Kostov. No, that's the wrong one. Ilya. No, there's a lot of Ilya, so you gotta get.
Yeah, I'll put it in VC text.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, that's really specific. How many Ilyas are there? On Instagram. Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I used to be like really into like anime portraits, but over time I started becoming more interested in like, I guess, backgrounds and like a drawing as a whole.
Composition.
Yeah, and I think it's more interesting to like look at like small details besides characters. So I eventually just figured out like my own preference of drawing as I gotten older and got sick of drawing anime girls all the time, or girls in general. Because like, I mean, drawing like girls is really fun, and they do like look nice. But I got really bored of it, that I tried like other things, and ever since then I don't really have like someone that's inspirational, except maybe my sister, but because she also draws. But it's mainly concept art. I like looking at concept art a lot.
Because like the details or whatever, like they have like for a lot of.
Yeah, because yeah, exactly. They would concept art would like I don't know. They would draw attention to like backgrounds and like what the purpose of this background, like the cities or like the small details to it. I like that a lot.
What's it called?
So yeah.
I was gonna say that yeah, a lot of what's it called? I kind of see the. We go back to the. I should have had your Twitter open because this is supposed to be a don't.
Ah.
I gotta. Let me see. Give me a second. Hurry up! Hurry up! I'm in the middle of an interview. Help or go. All right. So yeah, looking at your Twitter, I see a lot of the kind of the same thing. You know, you have anime obviously. But you have like the kind of style that's like, similar to those artists in a way. I'm not saying they're like exactly the same.
Yeah. Have you seen my DeviantArt? That's mainly where I post like the art that I'd say is like what I think is final pieces or something that I really like.
I even know you had the DeviantArt. Oh, you do. It's right there. It's linked. I'm stupid. Okay. Oh. Wow, I didn't even. Yeah, this is I even. Oh, because wow. Okay. Yeah, it's like I'm fucking discovering fire right now. Oh, I get it. Donkey Kong Country one and the yeah. Go check out Meszei's art because damn, that's pretty good. I know what you mean about the backgrounds too. It's like colors. And,
yeah, backgrounds are always like my favorite thing to do. I really like colors as well.
I see a lot of artists. As I was gonna say, I had a conversation about this. I see a lot of artists like focus on like the character design, the portrait, and then just like just draw a whatever background. But I think art's a lot more impactful whenever it has like a focus on the background and then have like the character like living in it as it's an area.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's why I felt. Now that you mention that, I think that's why I stopped drawing portraits. They felt very meaningless to me. But I'm not saying that, everyone else feels the same way about their portraits, but it didn't feel like I was, trying different things. So I ended up doing that and, drew things that I was, like, interested in at the time. But yeah.
I got you,
I...
Because you only made your, let's say, so when you make your DeviantArt, because it said that you made your, I can scroll to the end of your Twitter, so that was in June 9th, 2020 that your first post was made?
I think I made DeviantArt in 2019, before I made my Twitter.
So before then, obviously, you had your old stuff maybe as a youngin', but, did you have anything like before that, just like the 2019, because 2019 is when you made your Twitch, right?
Oh, I I deleted it. All of my young art, well, my art that I made when I was younger is deleted because I felt embarrassed by it, which I wish I didn't do, because I do want to like look back and have like a look at the comparisons of like my old art to how, because it's nice to like see where you've improved, but when you are a teenager and you are really really embarrassed by what you've made, you delete it, and that's what I did, because I would draw like a lot of like shirtless men. I don't know why, but I did. It was like is that
the thing behind the buff dude thing and like
yes.
Wow, just because like buff dudes are cool.
Buff dudes are cool.
That's true. How much do you like JoJo?
I've not watched JoJo, but I should.
You definitely will like it. 100%.
Yeah, no. Someone was telling me like this plot where someone turns into a fetus.
Oh yeah,
like
that is a thing that happens.
Like and I was like, what the fuck? Someone turns into a fetus? Like, someone gets like turned into a child, and then this woman looks after that child, and then she gets turned into a fetus, and then she gets turned back to an adult again, and I don't even understand what that concept is. Like, why? So I was really drunk when they were telling me that story, and I was like, yo, I gotta watch JoJo, what the fuck?
Then you didn't.
But yeah, no, Yeah, I did watch like the first few episodes of chapter 1 or whatever, season 1. Sorry, but apparently that's not the best. Well, not the best in comparison to the rest of the seasons.
You gotta make it through. You gotta really make it through, man.
Yeah.
No one's gonna say, man,
I thought about
part 1's my favorite. No one says that.
Yeah. Which I thought about skipping to where they start introducing stands, because, you know, that concept interests me, but I think I might as well start from the beginning.
Part two is worth it, though. So it's like, it's not like all bad. Part 1, because you gotta like bust through part 1, and then everything's like way better from there.
Yeah. I've been told that, so I have to find like the time and the memory that JoJo exists to like sit down and watch it.
Did you draw the Pokemon-esque portrait on your profile, or was that someone else?
The Pokemon-esque portrait?
Yeah,
oh yeah, I did draw it.
You drew that one?
Yeah, I did. Like... I have tried to like attempt to draw styles, I guess, if that makes sense. Because I like the idea of like drawing in a different style that isn't mine. You probably don't see this because it's in scrap, but I'll put it in VC text. Sure. This is an attempt of me trying to draw in like different styles. Not very good because it's old, but it's an attempt.
That's true. You know, I mean, at least it's like convincing. At least.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Undertale, Game Grumps, which is a really random thing to like draw. I think out of all of them, but yeah, no, I like it.
Yeah, and you kind of have your own style. I think about it because you have like the cheeks and then have the eyes are like relaxed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you have any tips for budding artists? Do you have any tips for anyone?
Yes, just keep practicing. Use references. You like someone's art style, try drawing their art style. Combine their art style with like another art style. It's like a mishmash. That's how I feel like when I draw. Like I draw things, and if I like an aesthetic of something, I try to like incorporate it in like what I'm drawing. It's, you know, it's never gonna look nice the first time, but you know, a few times after, you can look back and think like, wow, that was really disgusting. At least this one is a little bit better. But I never used to like my art, but it's only recently when I started just like not being super serious and just doing it casually, I started liking it.
I think that's like it's like what a lot of artists say firstly with the style thing. Because when you're trying to, like, if you're trying to focus on building a style, like, oh yeah, I gotta be a style. That's what will make me unique. Then that's like the wrong way to go about it. You know, it's like
I think referencing is like really important when it comes to like, you know, drawing, because it's, you know, some people just can't get things from, or like they don't have the creative mind to like get things from their brain, and that makes sense. I'm one of those people. I always like find something that's inspirational and then like add it.
I don't know. Nothing exists in a vacuum, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
So you really can't like say, oh yeah, this is gonna be my entire art. So you have to be inspired by somebody. You have to like look at visuals, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And then eventually you start to develop like your own style and won't need those references anymore.
Generally, it's
so.
Also, what's it called? So yeah, you mentioned drinking earlier, being drunk. So I was gonna say the first line was gonna be here. I was thinking about it, but I completely forgot. I was gonna say I wish you luck in stopping your drinking, slowing down.
I don't have a drinking problem. I do play it up like I do have something, and like it's nice to have like a drink if like, you know, if you want like something to give you like a kick or whatever. But I've never felt like I was super reliant on drinking. The only time I felt like I needed to drink is mainly when it's either when I first started streaming. I used to drink a lot because I used to be anxious with streaming. I used to be anxious of talking to people every day, and like, am I interesting enough, or do people really like me? Maybe I should drink and I'll never like worry about that. Again. So yeah, so I used to be pretty hard when I started streaming, and it was really bad, and like a lot of people's first impression of me was like, man, I met her when she was drunk, and she probably said something like, I don't know, I forgot who you were, I was drunk the last day, sorry. Or there was this one person, I was telling them that his name is Massmex. He was saying, hey, I'm this age, and I was like, wow, you are so old, you should be put down, because he's old, to put him out of his misery. And he's never forgotten that, and I never remembered that I said that. But no, there's so many funny things have happened when I was drunk, that there was a point where I thought, I have to be drunk to be entertaining. Now I don't rely on it so much, but I do like drinking, and I think it is something that I should stop doing in general, because like I do think, because when I drink a lot, right? Because it's nice to be at that point where you're like, at least to me, it's nice to be at that point where you're, everything is just like really funny, right? Which is not a good thing. Binge drinking is bad, and I am a binge drinker, so I want to stop, being so excessive. So if I want to stop being excessive, I need to stop in general, if that makes sense.
I mean, I wasn't being ironic, I wasn't joking around. I do wish you luck in that, things.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Also, I want you to be able to change that donation link. It kind of bothers me.
Oh, yeah.
I keep quoting it, for real, no drinking. Okay.
Yeah. Because it's funny, because everyone in chat, they hype it up, and they say, like, you have a drinking problem, or like, are you drunk again? And, I don't want people to think that I'm an alcoholic. There have been cases where I have drank if I was sad, but it's not something, I don't know, to me it doesn't seem like something that seems like I'm dependent on it, if that makes sense. Like emotionally.
You can survive with that. It's not an addiction.
I can definitely survive without it. Yeah, it's definitely not an addiction. I don't go out thinking, man, I can't I'm gonna have a really shitty today if I don't drink. It's more of like, it feels very casual to me. I hope I never worry anyone about it, because I'm fine, like, in terms of alcohol. I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna drink till I, like, every day, or like depressed drinking in my own room every day, or
it's
whatever.
Like hobby drinking,
Yeah.
Hobby.
Just like, when someone comes home from work and they have like a beer, or like 3. That's how I picture
a beer
it.
3?
Yeah, isn't that what people do?
I don't know about 3,
my
but I
cousins
know
do.
about 1, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know.
So I don't really know.
That's how I picture it, except I just do it to the point where, I drink so much, and now I'm realizing that I'm gagging every time I drink alcohol, which is not a good sign.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
Sorry, I'm trying to cut that down.
So
but it
hopefully get that figured out. That'd be a weird way to put it, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So what's it called? So what am I gonna? Well, I actually, wait, you had another question. Oh, you had another question for me. You said you had a list or something.
Yeah, I did. I didn't know that you make music. That's pretty cool. When did you get into making music?
Music?
Yeah, no, like beats and stuff. I looked for your channel and stuff.
Oh yeah, music was basically my DeviantArt, right? So.
Oh
yeah,
really?
I like when you have. When you make music, not all of it's good, right? So when you're younger, then you're obviously trying to learn stuff, and it sounds awful at first because it's music. Music is hard, really hard.
Yeah. See, I always wonder what the mindset of music is like, because obviously art is very clear to me on how I can improve and how I can draw. But I can never understand, like, how does one get into the mindset of, like, creating, like, a sound or a melody or whatever that they like.
See,
or how it's all structured and
I
stuff.
wish I could like make music abstract a little bit more, but a lot of stuff is based on samples, right? And I always
Yeah, right.
I always liked music with samples, right? My favorite albums are like stuff with a lot of samples in them. The Avalanches, Since I Left You, is a Plunderphonics album. That's like an album that has like thousands of samples for every song, different like noises and stuff. Mad Villainy by MF Doom, Madlib.
Oh, R.I.P.
Yeah, he's gone, and that sucks, and I hate it. But yeah, that album I used to like. That's my favorite album at some point. It's still one of my favorites. All those like creative sample uses and loops and like all that stuff. You have a lot of different aspects of music there, like.
Oh.
Yeah, you have a lot of samples, like and hip hop is just like a lot of samples, right? Like rap is like tons of samples.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I didn't know that until like I guess I started listening to it more. Like I think I realized it when I was listening to what was it? I think I was listening to a lot of XXX Tentacion.
Yeah, actually, wow,
and he uses
kind of
like
impressed you pronounced it the way you said it.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's the right way.
Correct, right?
He said it's the way.
He said it in like. Yeah. No, because he uses Shiloh a lot, and I think Riot was like someone made the. Like, I don't know if that's a sample. Yeah.
So. I remember that. Yeah, Shiloh Dynasty and what's it called? Vice City was this like one sample of like someone singing about the moon. Hey there.
Yeah. And I think I realized that a lot of people like use samples when I started listening to lo-fi.
Yeah, they do. They stay on samples on lo-fi.
It's always the same samples as well.
The same like sad anime moment, and then the rain.
Right. It's so. I mean, I know people like that, and I get why people like that, but it's kind of dorky to me because
it's stereotypical at this point,
Yeah. I remember when lo-fi was like, I don't know, like the big thing. Like I listen to lo-fi. I'm a cool kid. At least that's the impression I got. I'm a sad kid. I'm a sad boy. I listen to lo-fi, but it's so dorky. Like I listen to lo-fi to like relax, but there's a lot of like depressing dialogue in like lo-fi or like names for lo-fi, and it's like I'm not a depressed teenager. I don't really connect to it, but. I mean, that doesn't mean it's bad and you can't listen to it, but it's very dorky to me.
I mean, in a way, I guess you're right. It's like, it's really funny when you like think about like it's because the weird thing is like lo-fi at some point is supposed to be in the background, right? So if you have all these like sad boy things, you're not supposed to notice it, but you do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point where I listened to a lo-fi and I started crying. Well, not crying, but it felt emotional and depressed because I lay back and there was like a dialogue and I was like, wow, I'm such a sad girl now.
I'm so sad about it.
It was so lame. But it sounds odd. That sounds terrible to say, but it made me feel really lame because I have no reason to feel sad, right? But I mean, I guess that's the point of like music. It's supposed to like
emote or whatever.
But
it's just kind of funny thinking about you just like, man, this lo-fi song got me fucked up.
Yeah, and they always use a lot of them use like dialogue from Cowboy Bebop, I think. Yeah, and it's like the saddest thing, and
the rain sounds and the like the clicks and clacks and pots and pans and shit,
And like the title would be saying something like "missing you" or like "I can't breathe without you" or something.
Missing you, miss you, baby. It reads like it reads like lines from "Hey
like
Baby Girl."
Yeah, right. And like the like font of it, or not the font, the grammar would be all in lowercase or something. And I don't know why they do that. Like, I mean, I get it. There's an aesthetic behind it, but I can't take it seriously. But I think it's because I'm old, and maybe
how is 23 old?
I don't know.
Literally, you're older than the people who. Okay, you're only slightly older than people who make them now. Like back in the
Yeah, I know.
the thing about like lo-fi is it came from like instrumental hip hop artists, Jay Dilla and all that shit, like Madlib, all those like influential like instrumental whatever artists, and it kind of evolved. Nujabes. It evolved from like all these guys, and it became all right. Here's jazzy kind of down tempo beats. Like kind of still have a good sample, right? Really interesting sample use.
Yeah.
And then it went to and that's what I hated. That's what you notice about a lot of things. It got commercialized, right? The lo-fi hip hop beats to study / eat ass to got big on YouTube.
Yeah,
and then a lot more people were just like, let me make a lo-fi beat and then make the most boring.
Yeah, I too feel that it is. Like, I don't want to say that it, because I have friends who make lo-fi, so I don't. It feels
I don't know. It's, in a way, it's like gatekeeping, but in a way, it's like I still feel that it's true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. In a sense, I don't like. I feel like some lo-fi, it doesn't stand on its own. Like it's
just supposed to be background music.
Which I mean, I guess that's also the point of like lo-fi, to just be background music, but they're all because they're all back. I mean, the thing is, I say this, but I can't talk because I like listening to bossa nova.
Well, what's wrong with bossa nova? It's a good genre.
I feel like bossa nova is like similar in a sense, where it's just chill, like quick and
Bossa nova's kind of depressing too, to be honest.
Really? I think bossa nova is just like chill and upbeat.
It depends on the one, but a lot of it's singing about like lost love, and it's like, man.
Okay. Man. Well, I listen to like anime bossa nova, and they're usually like upbeat.
Oh, yeah. Like, what's it called? You have literally what's Risu from K-On? Is that Risu?
Yeah, Ritsu.
From K-On as your like thing.
She's.
Yeah. Actually, let's finish the topic, but I'm gonna ask a specific question. Well, that's the end of the topic. Actually, whatever. Fuck it. You ever watch Kids on the Slope, the anime?
No.
So.
Did I ruin your whole topic by saying no?
No, because I want to explain and describe it now. But also, kind of yes, because I kind of want to. But I didn't watch too much of it. But I do remember that specifically is the musician anime, right? It's the one where they're like, playing piano. They're playing what's it called? Charles Mingus Moaning. Yeah, it's like the whole like point of that anime is to be like, all right, here is they're making a band. They're putting the band together, and they're having bonds, and they're having troubles, and they're having this shit and that shit, and that was it. I just wanted to talk about that for a second because it reminded me of K-On, because it's like kind of similar music anime.
Oh, is it good? Well, is it better than K? I mean, I guess it's
definitely a different type of anime, but I guess like it's just like on the mood, right? Because K-On is a lot more like light. In K-On, they barely play the instruments. I watch enough K-On to know that they don't touch the shit.
Cute girls doing cute things,
and then like
eating cake, drinking tea.
When you steal someone else's strawberry, you cause a war.
Yeah, did you used to watch Demolition D?
I used.
Is that his name?
The YouTuber, yeah.
Demolition.
Actually, technically, I watch more of his Twitch than I watch his YouTube.
Really? Okay.
I watched him play Yakuza or Dark Souls or some shit.
Yo, I didn't know you play Yakuza. Yakuza's the best.
Yakuza's cool. I mean, I need to play. I opened Yakuza 0 once, and I'm all of a sudden like, because I watched.
Oh, thank you for the Yakuza fucking Steam card.
Oh yeah, did you give it to somebody yet?
Yeah, I did give it to someone.
They like it? Are they liking it?
I did tell them. I don't know. I haven't spoken to them since.
Oh, well, okay.
No, I'll get back to you on that.
Well, if they like it, that's cool. But yeah, I mean, best game for $5. Jesus Christ, $5 for Yakuza.
Right.
Insane deal.
Right. Yeah, no, it's good. Are you watching Willie play Yakuza?
Who?
Willie.
Oh yeah, Willie. Yeah, he's my favorite out of like the best friends.
Out of the three.
I count Liam. Liam's 4.
Oh, I forgot.
Everyone forgets about Liam.
Sorry, Liam.
But he's I don't know. He's kind of cool. But but I do go back and forth because if we're talking about super best friends play, right? I didn't watch a ton of their Let's Plays, but I kind of watch a surprising amount of their content now, actually more than I used to, strangely enough.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
their like
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know who they were until
yeah,
after.
it's kind of weird because like now they're in their like post time skip phase. If I put it in weeb
Mm.
terms.
Yeah. No, well, what was your favorite playthrough?
I never watched. I think I watched like what thing was that? Probably I don't know. It was like Platinum Games or something. I don't know, like some of those like action games or whatever. I used to watch compilations. I used to like. I love the one-off episodes. That's the one I kind of like go for. Specifically, there's this
Oh.
one episode where they play this like weird ass anime Xbox game with like this dungeon or something. What was it called? It was like this weird hentai. It wasn't even hentai. It was like fucking. All right, so you see, Super Best Friends play weird. Oh yeah, weird anime bullshit. Anime.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. I haven't seen many either.
Creepy anime bullshit. Yeah, there's like this Labyrinth X. That was just fucking funny. Oh my god.
Oh, I have to watch
There's a lot.
it.
Yeah, there's a lot of like those weird ass like one-off episodes. That's like what I love from them. I think Game Grumps. I used to be able to say like I can watch like a let's play, the entire thing. For a few of their series, specifically for like the early Danny era. That's probably where my sweet spot was.
Did you ever watch like the JonTron era?
Yeah, I used to watch a bit of it. I remember like specifically when JonTron left, I was kind of like torn up about it. But it's like, oh wait. But
Aww.
then I was like, all right, who's this Danny guy? And then he's like, okay, well they kind of have a good thing together, and now they're still pretty all right.
Yeah, they have a good chemistry. Yeah,
It's interesting.
I agree. No.
But
Yeah, no, they're fun. I watch more compilation videos of them than Let's Plays. They're very good to have in the background, and I love listening to their stories. Very interesting.
I
Very
do think
fun.
that after like 7 years though, you kind of like lose all stories. You kind of like
You would like hear maybe the same stories
either
again.
that or you literally become like your stories are about being on the show, so it's kind of repetitive.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be like anything new or stuff like
Yeah.
that.
That's kind of like what I like about like so Oni plays, right? Oni plays. It's just strange how like they could just like come up with like random shit off the top, like you like the boiling what's it called? Boiling water, boiling potato juice or something. That's a completely random like Oni play like thing that like that guy just like thought of, and then he's like, what if I covered you in boiling water, boiling oil? I say you just make that a joke. It's hilarious to me.
I've never seen anything of Oni plays except for maybe Cuphead, where they tried to like. I think they made fun of like that one guy who played Cuphead and said it was like
so hard.
impossible to
So
play.
difficult.
Yeah. It was I think that's what I watched.
I love when they make fun of Doug Walker because he's funny. It's funny.
Wait, is who's Doug Walker? Is he the guy from Channel
Yeah.
Awesome? Is
Yeah,
that him? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They bully him, really?
Because look, I'm not gonna
That's
piss off the
hilarious.
Doug Walker fans, but also he's not that he's not his content ain't that great. Also, the behind the scenes stuff there's a whole thing about it, but that's a little bit long to cover.
Oh, I did not know
Yeah.
that. Interesting.
But yeah, back to Super Best Friends. Yeah, I think they're one-off stuff because it's like I like their fighting game stuff. Their one-off stuff, like that was the main thing.
That's right.
Fisticuffs, that was my thing with them.
Did you watch the Dong Dong Must Die then?
I think I did. Which one? There's what was it called? Never Die. Super Best Friend.
Never Die. That's right. Never Die.
That was. I gotta watch that one. Oh yeah, the weird Japanese.
Yeah, that's
the weird Japanese dude.
yeah, that one's really funny.
It's like
Yeah,
Mugen.
that's
It looks like
great.
Mugen. Yeah, I gotta watch that later.
That's great. It's so funny.
Oh man, they have a chemistry. However long a let's player or whatever a fucking crew. It's not even like at this point. Is it really a let's play? It's more of like It's like, cause it's not a let's play function more of no. It's like a let's play because like you let's play, right? But it's like let's plays used to be like, all right, here's a playthrough of a game that has details and shit, and then it's like more of like an entertaining playthrough of a game,
Yeah, I like watching them because I watch them play a lot of the David Cage games.
Oh yeah.
And they would like reference like a lot of things about like David Cage or maybe the production of the game or like just like anything about it, which is interesting. I wouldn't get that from any other Let's Players, unless it's like, you know how we were talking about Trigger Conroy? That's another reason why I like Trigger, because like he would explain.
He'd have literally like bios on every single Pokemon you can catch.
I know, it's insane. It's crazy.
With transitions and shit.
That's why it's so I've watched his Pokemon Mystery Dungeon playthrough, which was so fun to watch because he was so like informed about it.
Like every single thing memorized.
And
crazy.
Right, and he also talks about like what he really likes about games, and like it gives me like I guess it opens me up to like, you know, why this game is better than I thought it was. I just couldn't pinpoint why.
Even like the smallest of small details are like, you know.
Yeah, which is really cool. I like it when, you know, a Let's Player can do that.
It's
which not many people are like that, I guess.
It's, you know, it's like charming in a way, like to make so like you have like that genuine like passion for video games and like things.
Yeah, exactly, and it makes me more interested as well.
It's kind of infectious
on like what they're playing. Totally.
But yeah, you said I keep. So that's that. Was that one of the questions? That was one of the like what Super Best Friends play, right? That was one of them.
I was also gonna ask, Mother 3 is your favorite game?
Oh, yeah. No question.
Isn't it?
No question.
How did you discover it, and what made you like? Because I watched a bit of you stream, and you were talking about how Earthbound really didn't do it for you, and you but I didn't watch the whole stream.
Yeah,
I just caught like that snippet of it. Yeah. And you were talking about how Mother 3 is your favorite.
Well, it's more of like, okay, so here's the context, right? Actually, it relates to Chugga Conroy because Chugga Conroy is a founding part of every long-term YouTube viewer's childhood. If you like video games and you're a geeky kind of person and you kind of like have genuine passion for video games, then you've watched Chugga Conroy. You watched a playthrough or two, right? And his first playthrough he ever did was of Earthbound, right?
Oh yeah, that's how I got into Earthbound, because of Chugga.
Yeah. And the his Earthbound playthrough was like, okay, even from like back then the audio was a little like messy. He just like,
yeah, you can tell it was off.
But by the time he got the Mother 3, and I looked it up, I thought it was like made in like two years later. Like it was literally made the same year, like several months later. He improved so much in that little amount of time. Yeah, it's crazy. Like even the intros, he started the bios that early, like in 2008. It was crazy. I don't know if he recorded them early or something, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so all these games, like, you know, I couldn't play all these games, but I remember that distinctly, that Mother 3, watching him play that, gave me an early like, I need to play this game. This game is like one of the best games. Like I already see like this is. And when you see that, I'm not gonna spoil anything because God, it's my favorite game. Why would I spoil something? But if you see that, you know that ending of Mother 3, it's legendary. It's like legitimately, one of the most beautiful moments in gaming history. I will not argue that. Even after all this time, it still gets me choked up. I'm not joking, man.
Oh, yeah, totally. I can see why. I think that's why I found out about Mother 3, because it was in like a top 10 list of... I'm not going to say what the top 10 list was about because I don't want to spoil the ending. But yeah, no.
I mean, you kind of spoiled what the top 10 list was about, but not like...
Did I?
You said like you don't want... Because it's about endings, top 10 endings, right?
Top 10? No,
okay,
no.
Okay. Okay, then don't say no. I know what you mean, but I know it's about then.
Yeah.
But
that's good.
Yeah, so Chugga Conroy, like, you know, obviously, like, you know, introduced me to the game, and obviously that affected me very deeply as a youngin'. And seeing all this like detail, and especially like all this like detail going to this game, and like all this stuff, like, so that was my first experience with emulators, right? Because fuck Nintendo, they didn't port this game over here, so I gotta do what I gotta do. So translation patch and shit, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. I didn't have a computer back then, so I played this on my sibling's computer. Mother 3, I even like got to the first like thing, I was like hooked. I was like, damn, I have to. This is it plays as good as it did. And this, be aware, this is like an old version of VBA, Virtual Boy Advance. Laggy, crappy, timing's off, really bad.
Oh no!
But
That means
no,
you
no, no,
wouldn't
no.
get...
But this is
Sorry,
it's still ended. It still was like I still need to play this. This is my favorite game. So later on, I
Yeah.
he's still going through. Years later, I literally have a copy of Mother 3 on the Game Boy Advance, the Japanese copy. I played like all the way through in Japanese because I love that game so much.
Really?
I did the same thing with Earthbound,
Wow.
even though I have a Super Famicom. I bought it for Earthbound because I love the series so much, even though I hate Mother 1. Mother 1's awful. Mother 1's terrible. But
Yeah, I tried playing Mother 1 as well. That's I mean, the soundtrack is like
yeah,
catchy.
it sounds good, and then
Was it Take a Melody? Is
Yeah,
that
that's the first one.
is that the soundtrack
Yeah.
in there? Yeah, I
like
thought so.
Renee around
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I won't say anything. But yeah, the Mother 1 soundtrack it's solid for, especially for NES. Like it has like a lot of, especially like some of the tracks with like the tank one is like a metal. Yeah, it's good shit.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't play well. But yeah, I literally got a copy of it. I played it in Japanese because I wanted to have that experience because like it's not just like the storyline with like affected me deeply. God, it does. It's not just like the areas that have all the charm. It's not just like the polish from Earthbound, which Earthbound I love it still to this day. But I know now it is a deeply flawed game, especially because it is.
Really?
Not deeply it is. You could tell it still was kind of working out the kinks of not being made by game designers. You kind of like, you could tell it's like, kind of like it's kind of struggling to exist. Like you kind of, it's not like the worst programmed game, but it has a little weird instances. It has like with the system where you could just walk off screen and the enemies disappear. I like that. It kind of helps the game actually, but it is kind of weird that it does that. Some of the Pooh as a character, like,
what a name!
But also he like is weird because he can't eat any other like things that other characters can, and he's so late in the game.
Wasn't it scary, like being introduced to Pooh
Yeah.
and like how the things that you had to do
with the
to
ripping
like
your
do
ears
his
off.
like part? Yeah, that terrified me. I said no to all of it until I realized I had to say yes to everything. Yeah,
It's weird.
because I was like, "Am I gonna die if
I'm
I
gonna
do
die in
this?"
real life?
Which is a crazy thing. Yeah, no, like, am I actually gonna die in this game? And which is a weird feeling to
No,
feel
but like when you're so
it's,
immersed in
it's
the
a
game, you kind of feel, in a way, you kind of feel like it's like that,
Yeah, exactly. Which was great for like I can't imagine what it's like for like not like not experiencing other games, and then playing Earthbound for the first time, and they introduce you with that, and you're like alone in your room, and it's dark, and you know the only light source is like the TV. I can't imagine.
Because
but there's so many kids that probably experience that.
Another thing about it is because like I literally played it on like the thing, right, with like the three the component cable, right, the crappy like 240p resolution. So in a way that kind of enhances it because like the static kind of like melds into each other, and it's like low quality. It's very interesting to play it on like the original console. Like I recommend if you, because I specifically I've been like the thing with like that got me to be an Earthbound like fanatic at some point. After Sugar Conroy's playthrough, I got like Starman.net, looked at like the walkthroughs back and forth. Whenever it came on the Wii U Virtual Console, I bought. That was day one purchase.
Yeah.
I did not wait a second.
I didn't know.
Yeah. So all this, like I was really like upset. Like I was really like, it was like one of my things. I was like really into like Earthbound and Mother 3, and to a lesser extent, Mother 1, but and then Mother 3, like it's again affected me deeply. And it's like so replayable. You have so like the rhythm system is like the easiest. Like it's dynamic. It's so like it's timing.
Yes! That's what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. Like, if you played it on like a laggy computer, you would have missed out on like the rhythm system, which is like my favorite in like Mother 3. That's why I really,
it's really
I enjoy
bad
that a
to
lot.
play it on like laggy computer because no other game has that kind of like, no other RPG has that issue, right?
Yeah. And like the rolling HP.
Yeah.
Scrolling HP thing. That's really intense as well.
Good thing I didn't play it for too long on that thing, but yeah. I guess if you like, it's like laggy to a point. Like if you like put the screen size down, then it wouldn't be that bad. But then you couldn't see anything, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I always like playing it like blown up
But
or whatever, even though it's like kind of like less crisp, you know.
yeah, I did the same. But no. Yeah, I knew I noticed that you said it was your favorite, and I was curious on like, what was your favorite soundtrack? Which is which I mean I love like video game soundtracks, so I was wondering if
Oh
you
yeah, I have
if one
extremely strong
like made
opinions
an
on video game
impact or-
soundtracks because I should really just like consider making a video about this, but writing scripts is really hard. I know it's like that's why I keep saying
Yeah,
Tony
yeah.
make more videos or whatever, but I know like it's like really difficult to make them, so I can't just say oh yeah make more videos. I do think that you would be interesting.
Yeah,
To.
years are really hard to come by, I think, and I could never do like a genuine like opinion on things. It's all shit posts. Like if I were videos, I was thinking about like making like my top like Pokemon that I would eat, but then I found out
And then
someone else
Travis would
already
still
made
be
that.
on top.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. I fucking eat rubbish.
Yum.
Um, I thought about doing that, but it because I want my videos to all be like drawn and stuff. The reason why I got into that was because I was into the animation
Oh yeah,
community
like
on
what's it
YouTube,
called? Jaden Animations.
like Jaden Animation, yeah, Cypher Den, Odd Ones
I used to
Out,
watch a ton of
those kind of.
honestly.
Yeah, so I was really interested in like making like my own spin of it, but obviously not to that extent because I don't want to animate. I'm too lazy for that. But I did wanted to draw and add my own stills, and it was such a fun idea. But towards the end, like editing was so much, and I just couldn't be bothered with editing.
So drawing was the part that was hard. I mean, no, it wasn't hard. That was like drawing was easy.
Drawing was fine. But yeah, it was editing. It actually when I don't think editing is the hardest part. I think it's the ideas and the scripts.
Yeah.
And the voiceovers that are the hardest to me.
See,
because
yeah, the scripts. I say the scripts are always like the difficult part of any video because that's like the basis of your video, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. The scripts are the hardest part because then that like influences what you're gonna draw and like all of that and stuff. And it's like I don't have any good ideas. I don't know how to like word things. Like I don't know how to express myself, I guess. But
I don't know. Probably can do unscripted stuff if that's the case. But yeah, you got to do that Yakuza cover though.
Oh yeah, I thought about. Yeah, I really want to. A buck of me
It should be like a 2,000 thing special, follower special or something.
I should. I think that would be very fun.
Oh yeah, what I was saying about the game soundtracks, right? Yeah, it's difficult to have like a lot of because video games are music in general. Like yeah, music is like my shit, right? It affects me, good shit, makes me feel some shit, right? Makes you feel deeply, like. I listen to certain albums and I think I legitimately think, man, life is worth living. Life is worth living.
Yeah.
You feel something so powerful, right? So, in terms like soundtracks and I don't know, soundtracks in general, right? My favorite games probably have my favorite soundtracks, right? But a lot of tracks stick out to me, like Super Mario Galaxy.
Oh, great soundtrack.
But specifically, like, Space Junk Galaxy and, Cosmic Cove, those kind of, like, wondrous, like, spacey songs. Not necessarily, like, because all those other songs have, like, a vibe to them. You have the beach bowl, and you have your desert level, and then, ice levels. Like, all those, like, sound like a tier above the regular-ass Mario soundtrack anyway. But those two tracks are like literally like that is what Galaxy like sounds like to me. That's like what space like oh god, the first track in Mario Galaxy, the one where you go to I literally almost cried on stream. Like the one where you're on the
hello?
Oh, is it good? This
Oh, it's better now. So you were saying the Mario Galaxy, the one where you go to
the one Mario Galaxy where you're like you're in the first level, right? Where you catch the bunnies.
Oh,
Yeah, that. I have no words. I have no words for how that makes me feel.
Right? It feels like I'm being blasted off into space.
Yes. All those
It,
as much as like the one word like it's like the ambience. That's what I like. Ambience, aesthetic. Again, aesthetic. Like
yeah.
the thing that like I'd be the type of person to say, oh, I don't want to play Cyberpunk for the main story. I'd play it for like looking at all these cool cyberpunk ass buildings. That's my gist.
Yeah,
That's kind of like the kind of person.
Have you played Cyberpunk?
The thing is, I want to wait until it goes on sale because I probably just ignore the main story and just like go and look at buildings for a couple hours and then turn settings on max, like completely melt my graphics card and then like, all right, let me look at these buildings that are like beautiful and then.
Oh, by the way, you didn't even get into your favorite Mother 3 soundtrack.
Oh yeah, okay. That game's long. Like, well, it's not long. It's the game is long. It feels short, but it's actually strange. Like it's long.
Yeah, you do go to like a lot of areas, and like I do remember that. Well, I don't want to spoil it if you don't want.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just concerned for the audience, but yeah, there's like, just be vague.
Yeah,
about it,
I won't spoil it, but there's places where you go that I would not expect you to go.
Yeah, like a lot of.
It's so vague.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, like I know what you mean. Like a lot of different like areas, like different types of, just weird areas generally.
And like the soundtrack for the boss, for like the enemies.
Yeah, they have each different one has a
very catchy.
It's impressive. Like if you have an eye for like detail, right? Each single enemy has a my thing. Each single enemy has a different song, basically. Not every single enemy, but like most of them have a different like track. If they're like a different species, maybe like they have a different. The thing they use that's perfect is they have variations on a track. They don't have to make a new like composition. They just have like different tempos and different like.
Oh yeah, which worked with the rhythm game aspect.
Yeah, that's why because it's like it goes like okay, you save on resources and you have to create new melodies, and then these are new enemies you can reuse, and then they feel different because they have a different background, and then they have So you have dry guys where it's just and then you have super dry or whatever, very dry guys like different tempo.
Yeah. Oh my god, such great soundtrack.
And it's like if it didn't have the honestly, if it didn't have the variation, I think it would be like, okay, that's a cool track, But then it's like the faster version, like, oh my god, that sounds great. But that's like my favorite thing about Mother 3's soundtrack is that it's again dynamic, right? It had a lot of like different like varying tempos, speeds, like thoughts. Like they have the same place they have this like mariachi song is the same place they have like I don't know this like pork anthem. All that different shit.
Yeah, I liked a lot of like at least the Porky theme or the what are they called? Are they called what are they called? The Porky Army dudes.
The pork pig
the pig mask. Pig mask, that's it. Yeah, I like their theme and how it's like, I guess referenced in like other battles or whatever.
Melody.
On the news, the pork on the news in Australia, I was watching the news before, and they added a pig mask song as like a background for the casino.
What?
I'm kid you not. It was so weird, and like no one else is gonna get this reference. This was when I was like a little kid, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Mother 3
Why is
in
this
real
on the
life?
news? I know it's so weird, right? Right?
That is...
And it was so weird, and like I tried to even like find that news segment on like I don't know. On like their website and stuff, but I couldn't find it. You see
that?
But I wasn't crazy.
That is like Mother fans right there. They're like scraped together like, oh my god, did you hear that? That reminds me of that game that I love. You get whole websites dedicated.
Mother fans are crazy. No, there was no. I said
I know what you mean, but it's funny to hear that.
Yeah, there was a Cheerios ad about this kid eating Cheerios. And because the kid was like a redhead wearing like a t-shirt that looks like Klaus's t-shirt, there was this forum that I watched. Someone was like, "That's where Klaus went. That's Klaus."
Oh my god, absolutely love that. Like,
No, I love the fan
it's
base.
because
It's great.
we're so obsessive because we got like fuck all for all these years, you know.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
depressing, but it's also like inspiring in a way.
It is. Like they even make like their own like it's so fun to watch Mother or Earthbound animations because I don't know if you watched it, but there's this really fun one on like YouTube. I forgot what it's called, but it's like an Earthbound animation. It's called let me see. Cuz I used to because I had nothing to like, I was like hungry for more Mother
Yeah.
content. I was at that point. I would go on YouTube and just like try to find anything. It's called Porky.
Oh yeah,
It was such
the
a good
3D
animation.
animated one. Yeah.
Yeah, and he also made the soundtrack. It was so and the part with I don't even want to say it, but there's this part
Yeah,
with like
I know
that I was like, oh my
yeah.
god.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's like
I
it's
thought it was
imagery,
awesome.
like symbolism. It's perfect. It's all perfect.
Right?
It's
It's
this is why I'm saying this is why Mother 3 is my favorite game because there's no other game that can make me go every so often. I'm like, oh my god, yeah. It's like I need to play that again. It's like I feel that.
yeah.
That's why it's like a thing goal or whatever. And I switched it out with Final Fantasy 7 because I played FF7 like more recently than I played Mother 3 again. So I gotta, it's like one of those games you got like it's like the game I say, all right. So Earthbound, I used to like it's the same thing. That's I had to play it more because it was actually on a fucking console. But but Earthbound I got like sick of because I as much as I love it, I kind of like maybe if nothing else, I burnt out on it a little bit, and
Yeah, I get
yeah,
that.
it's and Mother 3, even if I this is the thing I do with like all my favorite things. I don't absorb too much of it because I will burn out and then I'll be sad for the rest of my life. I like, what did I do? I ruined myself on my favorite pieces of media in the world because I watched it too much.
I think that's what I did as well because like I love Mother 3 soundtrack, but I used to like go through like remixes and orchestral covers or there's like this they had like there was this orchestra or whatever where they played like Earthbound music and oh my god, it's so good. I wish there was like a cleaner version.
It's like
but now I can't go back to it because I keep listening. I forgot what it's called. I think it's like Press Start or something like that. They do like a lot of orchestra music.
I was gonna say like Undertale has
Was it?
that same thing happen and like man and yeah, Undertale is definitely like when that came out I was like finally some new Earthbound content, new Mother content.
Right? Yeah. No, I also got like a feeling that it gave me that Earthbound or
How did
Mother.
you feel about the
great
like the orchestra
soundtrack.
what they did for like that one?
I don't remember it. I think I was already burnt out, and I like the original, soundtrack for Undertale anyway. So I don't really remember it leaving like a big impression. I probably did like it. I just don't remember it. I definitely really really like the soundtrack as it is. Just like its style and
The bit
whatnot.
style depending. Oh, I guess not necessarily 8-bit, but it's like
Yeah. Well, yeah. That old retro kind of sounding game
yeah.
feeling. Yeah, no, it's good on its own.
I guess
I
homemade
prefer
would be
that
a better
over every
word.
remix. Yeah. I do prefer it over like any remixes that have been made. It's because it's so good. It's already good. Toby Fox is
Yeah.
great. I can't believe he made the
All by
soundtrack
himself,
and his
basically.
own game. Yeah, what a crazy
So
person.
shout out to Temmie.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Temmie streams
She,
on Twitch sometimes.
She made Muffet.
Yeah.
Oh, does
I'm pretty
she?
sure.
I think I follow her Twitter because she posts a lot of art.
She's
And I-
so adorable.
she's
So
the one
adorable.
that. Yeah.
I was like, actually I made a point. I made a
the
point to
streams, I'll have
only
to.
like I don't have a Twitter, which God, if I get a Twitter, it'll only be for like fan art because the only place I have the fan art right now is the server and it's only for people over 18. So I guess probably like a little exclusive. But if I ever do get that many people wanting to draw things, then I would make a Twitter. But I'd make a point. The only two people I'd follow or whatever, only two people I've ever like cared about on Twitter are Tyler the Creator and Temmie. Those are like my two specific choices.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because
I didn't know she's a VTuber.
Yeah, see how she always had that kind of persona, like kind of like model-ish thing.
her VTuber is so
I know,
cute.
right?
I've always wanted to make mine like that, not like super anime, but like kind of cutesy and like small and kind of like in the corner.
God, these topics are falling into my lap because I was literally going to ask you, how do you feel about VTubing in general, like the concept of it? What's your thoughts?
I like it. I think it's fun. But I mean, what's your opinion?
Well,
I feel
I
like
am one,
I don't know
so.
if you have like a. Yeah, I know. I feel like maybe you have like a you'd be able to give me more of a perspective because I'm not really a part of the VTuber community. I'm just I have friends that are VTubers, and then I eventually kind of like people who have watched VTubers have also found my channel, which is interesting. I don't know how the Twitch algorithm works, but
I'm specifically calling out Jaden in this podcast. Jaden, you're right. I'm calling you out. It's your birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Jaden!
God, if he watches this podcast and he makes it this way through, then he'd be like hella surprised. That'd be fucking funny.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
What were we talking about? I forgot.
No. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So
I can't believe it's
I do have a lot of dense thoughts about this because I have made a choice. I made a mark of my quote unquote brand, or my identity to make myself look like a cute anime girl. I'm a cute anime girl, but you don't just like take that choice too lightly. You might take it. It's not like heavy. It's not like God. I'm now a changed person. Also, wait before I get into this. You watched Berserk? You said you watched Berserk.
No, I referenced
Berserk
because of the Berserk moon. I should read Berserk.
No.
Is watching it better?
I think that okay. So I know everyone was gonna be hate. So I don't know. Everyone hate me for this, but I guess you could just read the. No. I say honestly, go in blind because the first few chapters actually spoil something later, which is weird. So yeah, watch the 97 anime. Nothing else. Don't do it. Don't do it. Watch the 97 anime because that's like one of my favorite anime now. I gotta say that too because. The soundtrack.
I was told
it's amazing.
The CGI movies are good.
They are, but like the 97 anime goes into more detail about certain things. So
okay.
they are solid. The obviously like 2016 anime is horrible. Oh god, it's so bad.
Yeah, I know, disgusting.
Clank.
I feel bad for the Berserk fans.
It's depressing.
I can't believe that happened.
We really stay taking L's. We stay taking L's, but yeah, watch Berserk 97. I recommend going to the first Berserk anime, seeing if you like it, because that's like movement. Obviously, you have the soundtrack is amazing. Some of the moments are. I think the soundtrack really just adds to it. Like, see, people say read the manga, but like only read the manga. Who cares about the like? But with that Guts theme, oh my god, you know when you see it, but it's like it hits different. You know. I don't know, but yeah, that anime like is probably like one of the most modern anime that changed me. Well, not modern, but I mean like one I watched most recently that like changed me a little bit. I feel it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just saying. So yeah, VTubing, right? I chose to make this like a part of my identity in a way. My virtual identity, right? So. And I did make my own model. It's not like a generic model. Has generic parts in it, sure, but like not I did make those choices in that. So I do think that obviously like VTubing is definitely different than it was in like let's say even last year, right? It's way different. Completely like changed the game.
Right. Yeah. Especially with COVID and everyone is home. At least I think that is a part of it.
That's definitely
I don't know.
100% part of it. Like that's what streaming in general. Like.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
People like a ton of people became streamers. I became a streamer because I had nothing else to do for a lot of the time. I was just fucking lonely, right? So.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
So.
I feel the same with streaming. I definitely have more. I socialize more than I did.
You say streaming made you a better person?
Worse,
better, equal.
I don't know. I think it's the same. I think I'm the same.
I
Yeah.
guess streaming wouldn't make you like, I don't know, rob a bank or something.
No, definitely not, because I'll be at home playing freaking Dark Souls and dying.
And screaming.
But no, I definitely streaming has definitely been like positive in a sense of like I played more games, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
But
how many games do you own? I'll
yeah.
get back to this other topic because my brain's fractured. But I need to know how many games do you like have in general? Like a ton, small?
I have heaps, but because like when the Steam sale happens, like obviously you gotta buy games. So like if I'm looking at my Steam library, it's probably like it's probably like 382.
In fact, I think that is the exact number of games I have in my Steam library. Let me check.
Yeah, but like keep in mind that there's also like
329.
packs, like Armor 2.
Oh yeah, I have a similar amount.
Yeah, so there would be like Armor 2 Operation. I don't even know what these games are, and I get gifted games and I just don't play them.
I mean, there's only enough time to do.
Apparently I had Code Vein. I don't remember having Code Vein, but that's there.
I don't remember these games appearing in my library.
Yeah, no, I guess if I ever forget that, if I don't know what game I should play, I should just look in my Steam library. Apparently I have heaps.
Wow.
Okay, I have Sekiro.
Wait, what the fuck? How do you
Sekiro.
not? What? What?
Dude, I buy like everything on special and just forget about them. It happens.
You're just saying on stream like, oh, I don't know if I have Sekiro, so I'll go buy it with the
Yeah, no, but apparently I have it.
Funny. That's funny.
Well, at least I don't have to buy it. Well, that's good.
Yeah, I guess so. That's just weird.
Save money.
Yes, but I mean, what was I saying?
Monster Hunter World? I don't remember.
What? Seriously, what is? This is a Steam library. At least I know that I purposely bought Final Fantasy 15. You know, I went out of my way to buy that.
Yeah.
Like, even if I'm not playing it properly, I know I own it. But like, you're just discovering new like, oh, I didn't.
I have Dark Souls 2. I knew I had.
Didn't you buy the triple? I thought you had. Well, you said you were gonna play it, so.
Yeah, I didn't think I bought it.
I didn't think I owned
it. I do remember having it.
Yeah.
God damn it. Yeah, no, I have all these games that I forgot.
Disappointment is the epitome of a Steam library. Like, oh, yeah, I do have that game, don't I?
I just spent so much money and just never touched them.
Yeah, so becoming a virtual, right? Very
VTuber,
I value it. I really do, because it's like a community, right? There will be a point.
Are you a part of the community?
I try to be.
That's what I was going to ask.
I genuinely try to be, but I'm not good enough at it, to be honest.
No, that's not it at all. I think you're quite different, though.
Yeah, I do have like a different.
No,
I do have a different, like, timbre, personality, kind of like,
Like when I think of a VTuber and the VTuber community, I think of like a lot of stereotypes, like, that VTubers like to talk about how horny they are. They like to reference ara ara. Or
yeah, you
see
that kind of like same,
and,
anime tropes a lot. They like work off of those generally.
Yeah. But I see you as like very nerdy and very, I guess, outside of like the whole trope. Like the things you talk about isn't really memes. At least I don't think so. When I hear you talk, you tend to like elaborate on like ideas or something and expand on it as like, I guess, a concept. And when I think of VTubers, I think of like, I guess, more of like and like anime characters or like anime tropes, and like, that isn't a bad thing, but I guess it's hard to stand out if you're like that. I think at least to me, but depends. I think. But because they're all like, I guess they expect that, they're all into that, then it kind of works when they're all a part of the community. I don't know. I'm not really in the VTuber community. It's just what I know. I don't want to say that they're all similar, because obviously
they're different people.
They're not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you know that, but I kind of get what you're saying. You're like, a lot of the shared like aspects of the culture, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I feel like I wouldn't be able to fit in like the community. I don't really. Sorry, hiccups. I don't know if you noticed this, but this is my third hiccup this whole podcast.
I didn't even realize that was your first. Is that why it's an emote?
I just hiccup like once every. Oh yeah, pretty much. Because I used to just hiccup once randomly for no reason.
Does that happen like did that happen your
I
entire
don't know
life?
what it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go back to what you're saying.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, VTubers, they have like an aesthetic to them, right? Obviously, it's a bit different depending on which VTuber you're watching. Some of them are more wholesome, and some of them are more, I guess, lewd. But yeah, so I don't obviously that being said, you don't have to be a VTuber and be a part of that kind of aesthetic to be a VTuber. But yeah, there is like that kind of, I guess that's what I see when I watch VTubers.
Yeah, you said you know a few, right? You know, I mean, obviously you know me, but you know, I know that you know a few because I got, you know, the raid was the you know, from a VTuber, so
yes,
yeah, so
yes, kind of. I don't really I know a few, but I don't really watch them. I there are like some, like the ones that I do know are male VTubers.
interesting. I'd expect them, you know, like the female ones first.
I don't really have many female viewers. Women don't like me. No, I don't know why. No, now that you bring it up, why don't women watch my stream?
What do you? Because I mean, okay. To be fair, if you think about it, a lot more viewers are male, I think, on Twitch. Or actually, well, okay, a lot more. I don't know. It seems it depends on a lot of things. I genuinely see your personalities like, you know. I was gonna say this earlier because I literally thought about this like earlier in the day. I was like, oh, when Mez comes on stream, I gotta tell her that she has big sister energy. I got to tell her that. That's
okay. That's a good thing. So that means I could be like a big sister to a boy and a girl.
That's true, but I'm saying like that's.
I don't have any women. When are girls watch me?
Are you distressed about it? Like, is it like a?
No, not really. But I have thought about it and just like wondered, because it's not that I get it. Maybe there's more males, but when I watch someone, like, I don't know if you know who Sunnyside Jack. Oh, you probably do know Sunny. He came onto my stream on yeah. So when I watch his stream, he has women in his stream.
Because Jack is a beautiful man.
Oh. So I have to be a beautiful man?
Oh, I don't know. But, okay, well, you're female. What do you like?
What do I like?
I won't ask you in particular specifically, but I will ask you in the general sense. Like, what do you like in terms of like streamers, and I guess in terms of men? I guess I'm not gonna ask this, and this is weird, but I'm saying like, what do you like in terms of streamers? What is your?
Oh, like what do I like to? Oh, in terms of streamers. Yeah. If they're good at like talking.
Exactly. So you know.
I just want them as like background.
So it's really just not like any kind of like thing that's like, okay, well, actually, you know, it's really just like the luck of the draw there, honestly. Also, I think it's really a personality thing too. It's like, you know, I always consider like, oh, that's tomboyish, you know, like, you know, Mez is kind of like tomboyish kind of person in a way, you know. I guess.
Yeah, I get that.
So I guess like you can relate to males in a more way. I guess I don't know. It's, but I definitely have noticed it.
So, yeah, I scare women away. Anyway, so so back to the VTuber community. Yeah, no, the ones that I do know, they are male, and or like at least the ones that I watch, because I watch one by the name of like Roku, and he does like ASMR. Well, he doesn't do ASMR, but he has like he's a VTuber, and I think what it is as well is that male VTubers aren't that big.
Yeah, relatively.
It's mainly females. Yeah, no.
It's it's a thing you kind of notice when you like watch a lot of them. Is like a lot of the not even like the bigger ones. A lot of like the ones that are just like talked about like within like. A lot of the ones that people just like go and follow. Oh yeah, we're rating. You know, do this. Like it's like a lot more interaction on that side, gender wise.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting. Yeah. No. Do you join like I guess VTuber Discord communities?
I've done like 2, 3, but the thing with actually now thinking about it, most of my Discords are VTuber related. You know. Shout out to Munibug.
Oh, okay.
I watch her streams a lot. Shout out to Midi, Potato.
Oh, Midi. You
Yeah,
know Midi?
Jaden knows Midi too. He introduced me. I don't know where I got. No, it was a raid from another VTuber. Kaz. Yeah.
Yeah, because like yeah, because I met Midi from a raid as well. Someone suggested me to raid her. And I didn't know that Jaden was like a mod there, and it's weird because like VTuber like communities are pretty. They're not small, but a lot of them know each other.
That's specifically why I'm like,
big.
Jaden, you're everywhere, because Jaden's in like every VTuber chat or whatever.
I know, it's crazy.
So it's like one of those things where it's like, it's not necessarily like tight knit, but it's like depending on the person, it's like. Okay, it's tight. It's way tighter knit than a lot of streamer communities, but it's not like necessarily like like everybody knows each other. Like it's like a playing group, because it's too big of a I guess a genre to be like a giant like one big community, right? I mean like one small like tight knit everyone knows each other community. It's not like a streamer group or anything. It's like it's a genre, right? You have like a similar taste in like, all right, I want to be a virtual character, probably anime, have a lot of the same kind of like ideas and intricacies, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
No, it's interesting. Do you have many VTuber friends?
In general, let's see. So actually, I kind of want to make more because, but I have not many actually, to be honest.
Sorry.
It's not. Again, I want to make more. That's my goal for this year, making more like online friends, because obviously I'm not gonna be able to go out and make actual like physical fucking people friends, right?
Yeah, I feel like. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's a struggle as well with like becoming friends with VTubers, because there's so many of you that you're all trying to like be friends with someone. And like watching each other as well is really hard.
There's a lot of options. There's like
there's so many. There's a lot of people to watch.
So it's really like.
So it's.
I think we see it as like a genre, right? We see it as like a whole like, oh yeah, I like anime, so I'm gonna watch a bunch of anime. I like VTubers, so I'm gonna watch a lot of VTubers. So
Really? They see it as like people see it as like a genre?
Because you see people.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like. I guess why people would like watch many different
like watch
VTubers.
them obsessively. Like, oh yeah, I have these different categories. Here are my favorite ones. Like, it's like streamers, but like in like a more like like a denser sense, right? Because you have, each. It's like I don't know why I'm gonna make this like comparison, but it's like Pokemon cards, okay? And I'll explain why. Pokemon cards, you go and you collect all these different ones, and each like has their own like set, their own printing, their own. Obviously the type of Pokemon, the HP, moves, all these like different like small. It could be with anything really, but I use this as an example, like rarity. Like so, like I guess the thing would be like, all right, so here is a common Pikachu, right? And then that's like, you have everyone has their own personality, right? But there's like a more common traits within that kind of thing. And then here's like the hollow rare, and then here's the EX like super rare card with like this is like a one of a kind person. Like this is like the only person of their type. In a way.
So who's your favorite VTuber?
Because it'd be difficult to say, because I do want to say like friends wise. I want to have like like actual like genuine friends, right? With a lot of these anyway, like streamers in general, but like with people, internet people, streamers, VTubers, whatever. I guess like but my favorite probably let me see. In fact, let me go on Twitch right now. Let me just see like who's live right now, because like I gotta say I put a lot of hours into Munibug streams. Munibug. That's not.
Oh, I know who she is. Isn't that? Doesn't Jaden?
Probably. No, probably.
Her as well.
You have As soon as you say Jaden, I'm like yes. Because I put a lot of hours. It's like the more it's not even like you think about it too much. It's like the more you put hours into like watching a streamer, you like think about like because that's a streamer where like I thought, they're going through some tough times. I literally genuinely thought like, are they doing okay? Like I like thought about them as like a separate person. Like, are they doing all right? I hope they're doing well. I thought about them like as because it's like when a streamer makes a connection to you, like it's like, I know it's like a fucking, what they're called, parasocial relationship, like parasite and social, right? But you generally like get like really attached to a person. It's like you wonder if they're like doing okay.
Yeah, totally.
So and
yeah. No, I
so
get that.
I go. It's like your stream. I go into like a Muni stream, like usually in the morning or whatever, because time zones. I think she's Dutch, German maybe. I think she's Dutch because she speaks Dutch. And and honestly, it's not even like because I do like. I was subscribed before she even like knew she streamed on YouTube. I think it was like 2019, because this random memes got recommended to me, right? And I was like, why doesn't she post? And then I realized that everybody, like, oh god, I realized everybody on Twitch, everybody's like, god, this thing's stuck in here. I put this button in here as a joke. It's not a joke. It's just put as a hand thing, and now it's stuck in my
what?
On my table.
Are you okay?
No, it's fine. It's just a stupid button. I don't know why I do that. I fiddle around with like
a button.
I fiddle around with things, and I just
with like a t-shirt button.
Like.
Oh, okay. I hope it makes it out.
I hope it does too. But yeah, I don't, because after a while you consider like, here is a streamer. Here's their design, right? Here's like their sensibility. Like you see, like because Muni already had like the persona of like have the blue dog, now it's a blue stag beetle. What next? I don't know. But you have have this like the voice, unique voice, very unique voice. You can't change your voice. I know, but that's an aspect of your personality. It's you.
Yeah.
So it's like that too. It's like there's all these things that come together that makes a streamer thing, and a VTuber is like. The only thing is like, I guess it's really different is like you have the aspect of being virtual instead of having no face. You just have, or maybe some VTubers use their face and their model, which is kind of strange to me, but I kind of like, I guess I could see it, but it's like,
do you like Nico?
I subscribe. I'm not subscribed. I followed her recently, and I'm like,
so you do?
I've seen.
Oh.
I've seen like I watched a little bit of her stream, and I'm like, it's a different kind of virtual, I guess. It's I put that more akin to like I would say Fortnite models, because or like Overwatch models or something. It's like that kind of art style, I guess.
Ah, okay. So the art style is a bit different to what you prefer.
It's like watching. It's like the tone of a show or something. It's like you kind of like feel different. I gotta like get used to them. I don't watch too much of them, but I think that maybe I don't like big streamers in general. I value the.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I really value
massive.
the.
She used to only have 200, but now she's like 50,000. Sorry, 5,000. She's massive.
That's what
big.
That's one thing about like the community too. It's like it's like if you're the insular community, right? You know a lot of people. Like you could see, not insular, but I guess like if you like have a tight knit community, then it'll be easier to like get to know people a little better, and then you share an audience, and then better for growth, obviously. And as cynical as it sounds, that is a aspect of streaming you gotta like think about, or whatever, or like online content making, because if I put all my work into making a banger video, or a mediocre video but I thought it was a banger, then I genuinely want people to see it, right? Or like if I put effort into my stream and I actually talk close to the mic instead of being a fucking foot away from my mic like I used to be back in July. I hate myself. I hate myself for doing it.
Really? I don't know why your chat doesn't tell you. Like, there was this one point you were saying, like, I was playing a game and the game was on mute. Like, why did no one tell you?
I was really sad about it, too, because it's like, but it's like, I guess, like, maybe some people, because whenever I'm in strat, like, it's a little low, it's kind of a little bit embarrassing, but it's also, you should tell them that. You should really just say, just say straight up, like...
Yeah, totally.
With, like, technical issues.
I'm glad that... I'm glad that people scream at me if like I'm too loud or something
You have
is
an
too
emote
loud.
for it. You
Or
literally
like...
have ear bleeding emote.
Yeah, I know, and it's such an appropriate emote for my stream.
Man, because it's like a
It
very
just yeah.
yeah, ASMR, but it's also like you do scream a lot, so it's kind of back and forth.
I noticed that it clips like the audio clips, but I didn't realize until I watched my VODs. I know that I'm really loud, but I didn't realize that it
I mean,
clips.
you could put a limiter on.
Yeah, I'm too lazy.
It's
I don't
just
know
a
how
right
to do
click
that.
away, miss.
Okay, so I did do that, and then it sounded worse, and then I gave up. That's like,
that's like
that's the quality of my streams. It's messy. Yeah, that's how I just handle things. I give up too easily, which is not a good trait.
But I mean, it happens.
But
you know,
it happens too much. Need to
but
work.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a lot of VTubing, a lot of like that aspect is very interesting to me. I think like
I think so too.
Really, just like I think like a lot of the especially it's like a show of your personality, a show of your like self in a way,
Yeah, that's why at first I really wanted to get into being a VTuber as well, because like it's a show of your. It is like you'll be able to you can to me I will be able to like put like my personality on like an avatar, right? And I like to be identified by like this personality or like by this avatar, and like because like I feel like to some people I am just a voice, a 6'2" buff woman with this voice, but you can't really picture it or whatever. Some people have said like you sound very short, or you sound like a brunette, or you sound like this, or you sound like that.
It's weird how people
I don't
attach
really mind
like,
that they.
I guess stereotypes the voices in a way.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting, but I've always wanted to also just make a model so they have like something to visual. That's why I drew like a little cartoon or doodle of me. So
you said you weren't
I don't
brunette,
know. I like the aspect of that. No, I'm not brunette, but because of the drawing that I did of me, it looks like it's brown hair. People make jokes that it's brown hair. It's black.
I still don't know how that's like. You literally use the brown paint color tool, and then people will say, "Oh, it's black."
It's not artistic.
It's a black hair color, right?
It's not.
I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's.
Because I see like there's like literally 4 or 5 pictures of your avatar or whatever where it's like brown, and then there's like the one where it's like Pokemon, it's like black, but you could like kind of trick me and like this must be a really dark brown,
Yeah. No, it's brown. No, it's not. It's black. It's black.
It's brown.
It's not. It really is black. It's just it is just an artistic choice, and like I haven't like played around with the palette, and I've just been stuck with it because I like it. Yeah. But no.
I mean, it's pretty.
I don't know.
I do say. So any more questions for me? If you said you had a few.
Oh, yes, I was going to ask you, why are you called Maple Milk with 2 L's on your Twitch? What's up with that? Why don't you just put an underscore at the end if you want Maple Milk?
Underscore. Okay, so really quick.
This
one's a quick story, but firstly, I didn't really think of the _ I really said, oh yeah, I need to add letters. That's why do you have 2 I's? MESZII. Is that 2 I's? You only could add 1, So it's the same thing. I'm
such a hypocrite.
Caught you in the act, right there. So
it was gonna be 1 eye.
It was taken.
It still was taken, so I put an underscore, but I forgot to take the I out. So now it's 2 eyes.
And that's the same thing with me. It was taken. Maple Milk, because I looked it up. I was like I was one of the few Maple Milks on YouTube. No one else thought of the name. I was the original. And then some gotcha person came and took my name and got 2,000 subscribers. I need the.
Dude, you need to be a gotcha.
This is
I
this is why I want to
gotcha.
become a big old YouTuber. 15 trillion subscribers, 15 billion gabillion, because I want to beat that gotcha YouTuber and who has my name and get it back.
Dude, that. Oh my god, I feel the same. There's another Meszii out there, but he's not. He's a streamer too, but he's a streamer on Facebook.
Yeah. Facebook. Well, okay. You can't complain about Facebook because you talk about minions. So minions are the face of Facebook, if anything.
That's okay. Whatever.
All
Fine.
right. So
Whatever.
yeah. In general, my name came from alliteration, right? I want to have a cool sounding name, right?
Alliteration
Yeah,
is
it makes
good.
you remember it.
I like alliteration.
Say maple
a lot.
milk, then and I didn't really think about it in the Twitch context, but I said, oh, it must be memorable because I want people to remember me, because that's good for marketing. And also, I was a smart kid, big brained. So yeah, I remembered that, having the sound, maple milk. You think about, you actually think about the name for a second, like, oh, that sounds pretty good. And then you have that comment. Again, that's perfect for Twitch. Follow somebody. Maple milk sounds pretty good right now. And then, I crave that small amount of attention, Mez. Please let me say that. I might be a bad personality trait to say I crave some attention, but I do. It's
No, that's fine. I'm sure. Like that's most
I
streamers,
guess.
isn't it? They do crave
In a way.
attention. Like it's like you can't really be a streamer if you don't crave attention, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's if you want to be a streamer, you have to like have the want to like crave attention towards you because you want interaction, you want attention, you want people to talk to you.
It's weird that like streamers exist because it's like inherently oh yeah, people care about what I'm doing, but then people do care about what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's weird. In a way, you have to be a little bit narcissistic to be a streamer, but like not really.
I think so. I feel like there is some sort of like I don't think it's a bad thing. You have to like be a little bit narcissistic, otherwise like you wouldn't even be interested in like streaming. At least I don't think so. Well, it depends. Obviously, it depends on the content, but yeah.
So yeah, maple milk is just like a cool name that's thought of, sounded cool, and and then maple perfectly for maple 2 syllables, perfect for a name. That's my permanent online name for unless I do something really stupid. Then yeah. So the 2 L's, one was taken. I used to be 3. Then I realized that people with dyslexia, first of all, would have a really bad time. And I tried to type out my own name, and I typed 2 L's or 3 L's or 4 L's. I got confused in my own name, so I'm like, God, just keep it the 2. Too much. Just keep it the 2. That's why you have Meszii, 2 I's. It's just the right amount.
I messed up. It was meant to be 1 eye, but the 1 eye was taken, so I put 2, and that was taken, so I put an underscore after. When I should have just taken the second eye off. I don't understand my mind process.
I love how you say like the entire
it's
reason
working.
again. You kind of makes it funnier the second time.
Because it's like I feel
It makes you
stupid.
just like,
Like what is wrong with me? I don't like I feel like I don't hate it when I feel dumb, but it's I'm baffled by myself on like how things happen or how I do the thing. Why do I do the things I do without thinking? I never.
I mean,
think.
you don't have to think at every point in every day. It's just you. And I guess what
True.
you quote unquote not thinking is kind of like what kind of like makes your stream kind of funny, right? Having all those like moments.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think, yeah. No, I agree.
How did you feel whenever I asked
Because
you to do
then-
this podcast? Right?
How did I
just in
feel?
general.
That's a good question. I was scared at first.
Why is that? Don't. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Like, no, yeah. No, I was like, why would he want to put me as a podcast? I'm like, not interesting. And then I saw like how chill and relaxed it really was. Like your first one that you did. It was just like 2 people talking, and I was like, you know what? That sounds fun. What was I thinking? Why was I terrified? Not that I was terrified, but I was nervous. So I thought, you know what? That's how I should go about it. It's just two dudes just talking about like whatever. I like talking. Why would I be nervous about
Did you
it?
like? So what was your experience with
Sorry.
podcasts before? You know, you had like.
Never had a
I mean,
podcast.
obviously, you didn't have
Ever.
one, but I mean, like, like what did you like? You've never like listened to them, or you her had like.
Oh, I do listen to like Super Best Friends like a lot.
I remember this like Super Mega Cast.
Like,
That's the one I used to listen to.
Oh no, sorry, Castle
yeah,
Beast. That's
Castle.
what I listen to.
What's it called?
Yeah.
It's called Castle Beast.
Yeah, so that's the one that I do listen to. But they're very smart people, right? They know how to like articulate what they're talking about.
And they're really good on off the cuff
really
humor.
know. Yeah, they're really good at bouncing off each other, and like they get it. Like they would say something very, very broad, but they would get it. It's like they share the same brain cell. So that's what I listen to. I also listen to Frenemies, which is like, it's all like structured like, hey, we're gonna talk about this topic. We have so many topics to talk about. And it's like, what do I talk about? But knowing that it was just chill, and then it's just whatever topic happens, if that evolves into something else, and if that evolves into something else, I'm fine with that. And I feel relaxed with that, if that makes sense.
It's not like, anything too complex. It's just like, just chilling.
Yeah, exactly.
So you said you you looked at my channel, like you look at a lot of channels on the because I see like on the Discord or whatever, you see like you mentioned to a lot of people, like you check out a lot of their stuff, right?
Not like to an excessive
but obviously
amount.
not like obsessive, because you don't have that much time in the day.
Yeah.
But I mean, you check out everybody's stuff, like, and, just to see like what because you just
Yeah, so if they ever mention something, or if they talk about their stream, or if someone comes in to someone comes into, for example, my stream, and they say, hey, I'm also starting out streaming, or I stream this, I like to check them out and see what they do, because I always think it's interesting to see like what other people are making in terms of content, because I still feel like a baby in terms of what I do. I feel like I don't really do anything inspiring, but it's nice to see what people who talk to me also do, because, they understand what Twitch is like, or what content creating is like, or what streaming is like. So, yeah, no, I do look at their stuff or check out their Twitter. Quite recently, I checked out one of my viewers who I just saw randomly in chat, and I found out that they do like artwork, and it's nice. I love meeting like other people who do art. One of my viewers who draws like a lot of art for me, Arturo, he was I looked at like all of his art, because I didn't realize when I first met him, I didn't realize that he was like a professional, and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool.
You're just like, oh, drawing this hobbyist art for me.
Yeah, like, why would you draw for me?
Exactly what I said when I got fan art. I'm like, why? First of all, what did I do to deserve this? Second of all, like, your stuff is so good. Why you waste your time on my shit, Yeah,
I wonder who would draw. I like your profile picture, by the way, on Twitch.
Oh,
it looks nice.
It's pretty good. A friend did it for me.
Oh, yeah, they're cool. They're probably a cool person.
Yeah, they're probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead. You had another thing.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting, and it's nice to know like other people want to stream. I think it's so fun to like know that people I know are trying out streaming, because I remember when I first started streaming for the first time, it's exciting. I think it's exciting.
Because I know you don't really consider yourself to be like an inspirational person or anything, but like, you ever thought of like the effect you have on people like as a streamer?
Yeah, I have, but not really the positive effects. Not that I think of negative ones, but I worry that, because like obviously, I have a fear that maybe one of my viewers will fall in love with me, right? Which, that's inevitable if someone like watches you all the time,
like,
or
to you.
I don't know so that's why I always emphasize, like, sometimes someone in chat will say like, hey, I love you, like as a joke, or like as in like, you know, just to be friendly. And I I always, because I'm so awkward at that, I always reply with, "You're a good friend. What a good homie. We'll be friends forever and only friends."
Because you have to put that distance between like your audience and your personal life, you know?
Yeah, the thing is, like, I like talking to like people in chat, like outside of Twitch as well. Like I have.
You're doing it right
so,
now.
Many times. Exactly. But because I don't really I tend to not think about like that dynamic, unless it ever happens. Like, I mean, I've never, you know, it sounds weird, but I feel like a lot of female streamers have received like dick pics. I've never received dick pics, which I'm happy about, but it's like, whoa.
Hey, I'm not.
It's never happened to me.
Honestly, it'd be kind of weird. Like, what if, you know, since I am a currently male streamer, right? With a female model, which not over sexualized, just like it's a regular just female model, pretty modest. I wonder if there's some point that they could fall in love with like the model, but not with me, like as like the separate entity.
I think the thing is, like I've seen it like a few times where they have fallen in love with the model, but they also get super curious about the person behind the model. To the point where they would, you know, try to like, you know, confess to like that person, or like try to get to know that person, or try to find out more info about that person, because they're so attached to. They sometimes they go beyond like the model, and it's pretty crazy. I think the idea of like having a model is to like separate yourself from, you know. I mean, not everyone has that idea, but some people would want to separate that model to, you know, them as a person.
Like for instance, you don't have brown hair.
I don't know. So, yeah. I have black hair. So does the drawing of me. black. It's not Disney.
It's literally brown.
No, it's not.
It's literally.
It's like, listen, if you have black hair and you put like a filter on it, it can look brown.
Yeah,
sometimes.
but if I save this and I put it into like GIMP or something, and I go into like the photo thing tool and I get like the color, then it will be brown.
Oh, fair. Yeah, whatever. It's black. But yeah, no, I forgot what the original.
I don't know about
was.
So people of any female streamer, I guess people like confess to. It's like a sad reality, you know. Horny people are horny.
Yeah. That's why I like to be clear. Like, hey, I'm not gonna date any of you. You can be a good friend. We can be good friends.
Obviously, if you're on the internet, that shit is not gonna work. Like it's just like love gets you so stupid. You're like, well, it could work. We're only 15 countries apart, guys.
Yeah, that's what I worry about sometimes. Like I would hate it if someone had like you know, had like what's the word?
Infatuation.
What's the word when you fall in love with some? What's the word that they parasocial? Like a parasocial relationship.
You have like that like attachment to somebody, but it's not like the real person, you know. So like the model, the you know, the what's the word that you said before when referring to like, you know, what a lot of VTubers do with like the ara referring to like that kind of like
pandering.
No, I guess it depends, but it's like mostly like, you know, going on those anime like tropes, right?
Oh yeah, tropes. Yeah, it's not really. I guess it's not really.
It depends.
Maybe? I don't know.
It just depends.
It is a trope
on the usage, but yeah, not necessarily pandering, but yeah, a lot of that just like, fucking, I don't know. It just gets, you know, you could get into your brain or whatever, you know. So it's really like, and you know, again, when you're lonely enough, you can get attached pretty easily. So it's really like a messy situation. I see what I did there. It's messy, yeah.
Yeah. Nice, good one. No, I like puns like that. Everyone makes it, but I think it's hilarious every time. Wonderful. So sarcastic.
Wonderful.
But yeah, no, I'm worried about that. I think parasocial relationships are, you know, very, very, very scary and very unhealthy. And Not that I think anyone in chat is like that. Luckily, I've never felt that way of like someone trying to
being weird,
trying to kiss me or anything.
Again, big sister energy. That's what I'm saying. It's like you wouldn't kiss your sister. I hope not.
Exactly. I mean, I'm glad that's the kind of impression that I give you. Not really.
It'd be weird if I just like.
But you never know with people.
It's just like a thing, because it's inevitable. I mean, like, because you were talking about Tinder, right? Or what, was it someone else?
I do talk about Tinder as a joke. I do.
So you talked about Tinder, and you talked about like one dude who's like what, like new like location. It was like weird.
Yeah, man, he would take like photos of like my Discord location and like not Discord, sorry, my Tinder location, and then send it to me on Discord and talk about like how close and far he is.
That's weird.
And when it was like less than 1 kilometer, he was like, "I think I saw you at the shop," and I was like, "Okay, that is terrifying."
It's fucking. I mean, like, a lot of people don't take stock in their privacy, but when they like they have a invasion of privacy, they really start like thinking about it. But that's like one of the most, I think, consider that like a pretty important aspect. It's like just that's the reason to use a model. I think it's a reason to have a virtual persona.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, so they're more attached to the
instead of like
model
you, then they won't like have to like say because you can't like if you make fan art of a real person, then it's kind of weird, right? But you make fan art, fan art of a model and like whatever. It's gonna be weird for like the people who made the character, but otherwise like it's kind of a disconnection,
Yeah, exactly. It also depends whether that person sees that model as a representation of themselves or if it's a character.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. That's why I've thought about doing making a model.
Well, I guess you already have one because I mean you like again, probably one of the streamers I watched that only uses like no model, no face cam, just like voice, right?
Yeah, and those streamers aren't really popular. I don't see many people like that. They always have like something that represents
the Vine Sauce crew, but otherwise, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I've never actually looked into it. When I do, it's usually like big people.
Yeah, because the big people always use like their face cam or, even the biggest people who use their model are actually, the biggest people who use their model are like 3,000 viewers, maybe, Code Miko, Project Melody, all those kind of like, those kind of, Hollow Live.
There's not really a voice. At least I don't know many people who are just a voice. Maybe Corpse.
Because all these people still have like, this is why a model, a model is kind of important, right? Because it's like you have something to connect to, because if you have a fan base or whatever, you want to have some place for like their artistic expression to go or whatever, to say like, oh yeah, for appreciation, right? So you need like a something to work off of. You can't just have like, oh, just a disembodied voice, because if they just start guessing what you sound like or whatever, instead of you giving them some kind of visual to work off of, they'll be some weird shit like completely unlike you or whatever,
Yeah, totally. Yeah, no.
But,
VTubers.
Great stuff.
Such an interesting thing.
Talk about it for hours and hours, but
there's a lot of things that I could talk about. I guess.
So yeah, any more questions? I definitely don't want to keep you here for a long time, an extremely long time. It's been a pretty long podcast. I think this one is going to be longer than.
How long have we been?
Don't think about the length. Just keep talking.
No, but you made me curious.
No, if you look at it now, then you'd be like, we've been here for a second.
Oh my god, it's like 3 hours and 40 minutes. Whoa, no one will be able to listen to this whole thing. What did we even talk about?
We talked about a lot of shit, dude. But you said it's the background stuff, right? Background, you could like listen to it in the background.
That's true. I could totally, I guess that people could do that. So, when you do upload this, I noticed you made like a trailer. What are you gonna add in the trailer?
Whenever I do a trailer, actually, this is kind of getting meta. This is weird, but whenever I do a trailer, whenever I start recording, right? You know, the stuff you said at the beginning, just like, you know, introduction stuff, like, you know, I don't know, whatever we said at first. I just take a cut out of that, and then if it's, you know, I might keep it in or take it out, but I think I took it out for Greg's one, right? So
okay, is my introduction shitty? I'm so
introduction
sorry.
shitty. I mean, it's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to know that you're. Look, okay. It's not gonna supposed to be like an invade. I won't put anything in there that's weird. If you say don't put that in, you know. But I, you know, if it's like just before I do the intro, then that'll be like the introduction probably.
Yeah.
If I do a trailer, which I probably will, considering, you know, I guess you quote unquote the biggest profile guest I've had, right?
Would you put like fart noises or horse
I would
noises
put
in
like I don't know, a Minion song. Actually, I was considering a.
Do you remember when I put like fart noises in my stream and I was laughing about it? Were you there?
I was kind of scared you'd mentioned that. Actually, I was like, I was like, as long as Mez has not mentioned that, I would be good. It's like I was literally like thinking, I was like, God, if she mentioned that's gonna be really weird.
No, it was I did that because I thought, wouldn't it be funny? Because it's
and I
like
looked in chat and I saw the
stupid
exact thing I was afraid of. I'm like, you degenerates are into this, aren't you? You maniacs.
No, I mean there are some people who are like, wow, so funny, kid. What are you, 12? When I did do that.
It was something.
But yeah, no,
but
it's nice to like, you know.
In retrospect, it's actually worse. In retrospect, if you think about it, like, wow, that joke kind of fell flat out.
You think it was even less funny than what I expected? Really?
Because at least like in context of the thing, it's like, okay, it's funny because like people are like, wow, is that really happening right now? Are you really doing this? And then after, it's like the thought, like, really, you had to like go and say, I gotta blow my nose. Wow, that's really good. Amazing. What? Congratulations. Look, my favorite streamer right now. My favorite streamer. But I won't. I got that joke didn't land. That joke didn't hit.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. I thought, you know what? I think the reaction was more funny than the joke.
Yeah, that's the gist of it. That's probably the reason. It's like everyone's like, "Come on, man, we really doing this?"
That's why I did it again. Because everyone was so disappointed and so disgusted.
We were just, come on.
And so like
legitimately
no, I get it. Fart jokes are
confused.
stupid.
I was like afraid. I was like, come on, please don't let her mention this one. I don't want to tell her the truth about this one gag.
I'm so sorry. No. I think it's good that you tell me. I might do it again.
You know what? Ask Angel. That will be the because then I'll be able to say, yeah, I guess I still gotta avoid the streams from now on. No, I'm joking. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. The old man would tell me. The old man would tell me off. He's really good at like taking my banter and giving it back. Mm-hmm. Like he would be super sarcastic in chat, and then I wouldn't pick it up, and then I would eventually pick it up.
He's like, hey, wait a second.
No, it's really good. Yeah, what the fuck? But no, it's nice to know that you hated it. That's hilarious. That's so funny.
I know, because that's the point of the joke in a way. It's like, oh my god, I hate it because you got a reaction out of me. If I said nothing,
exactly.
This is why I was hoping you'd avoid it. I was like, if you make me like mention that stupid ass fart joke again, then I would be depressed. I'm gonna be sad and mad. This is like ticks you down a peg on my favorite streamer list. I'm sorry. Wow. Yeah. I guess.
Sorry, I had to go through with that.
You can do it. Gotta do what you gotta do. So yeah. Any Any more things we gotta say? Anything you gotta like say? Yeah. Again,
I've spoken so much, and then I have to speak again for another 3 hours. I think I might take time off.
You might want
to. Depends.
Yeah, I might have kept you here too long, but
Oh no, it's fine. I had fun. I like talking.
Yeah, I guess streamer. So yeah. What was I gonna say? Let me look into let me just literally look into your channel, and I had like another idea. Maybe I have to invite you back or something. I still had more thoughts. But did someone ever use the "shut up for 3 minutes" thing?
Yes.
Was it funny?
People either said, "Oh, I like this stream now. This stream is better." Or people are like, this is so eerie. There is no voice. So, yeah, no, people have used it, and it's been great. No, it has been really funny because it's definitely noticeably different. I mean, you could say that with, like, any other stream, but because, you know, I talk so much, it's kind of either scary when I don't talk.
During Okami?
Yeah, was that terrifying?
Yes, it was terrifying. I thought you got like murdered or something. I thought you heard like a sound coming through your window, like, like I don't know, I thought some huge shit.
Okay, so for podcast sake, what happened was, I was playing Okami, and for some reason, I think my mic stopped working, and I was trying to talk to chat, and everyone was like, well, "Where is she? Why is she quiet?" And then I had to fix it, but I knew that it might take some time, so I wrote down "uh-oh," and then I posted it on like the screen so they would see it, and just to let them know that I was quickly doing something. And I should have wrote more than just "uh-oh," but that's what I did, and it terrified people because like they had no idea what was going on. But yeah, eventually got that sorted out, so that's good. Don't know what happened.
I legitimately like never laugh. I don't think these are the reasons that I have never laughed more in a stream than in Mez's streams, because these like wacky ass situations. I'm telling you, it's like a show, like a sitcom, like Seinfeld or some shit. Like you don't like accidentally. This should be written. This should be scripted. Like who types? Who types?
Yeah.
That's. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of fond memories of streaming that I could never remember, but other people remember for me. And, you know, there are times where I wish I kept, like, VODs, that they didn't have to go away. But,
I still think you should make a VOD
I always say
channel,
something stupid. Yeah, you're right. I think I should, but, you know, sometimes it feels like a wild card. When things happen, and some things I wish it didn't appear on stream, or it didn't happen on stream. So I don't mind that they disappear, but at the same time, like I miss like the things that I would talk about, you know, like ages ago, because topics always change, and like, you know, jokes always change the longer you stream, I guess, and like the more people or the new people that come in. But yeah, no, I'm very fond of like my streaming experience, and like all the jokes that have happened that I will never remember because my memory is so bad. But other people will remember for me, so that's good.
That's the point of building a community, right? I guess you have you know, people to remember your jokes for you.
Yeah.
And, you know, people to communicate with.
Yeah.
I've seen like, you know, the fact that you have this Discord full of people that you say, and also you say, you know, hello person every like time they come and stream. Like I do see that kind of like community building in a way, you know.
Yeah, I think it's important to like, you know, I said this earlier, but it's important to like remember who is like a part of the community, because they really do make up the community. You have people who make clips, you have people who record like my quotes, you have people who like reference old jokes, you have people who like, you know, make art. Like everything is, you know, everything is very important to me and a part of the community. Yeah, you have like one
cohesive like structure. The image that is Meszii.
Yeah, and like Yeah, and when someone is gone, it's very noticeable to me. Like, if I don't see them as much as I usually do, I feel like something is missing, even if they are just like one person and there are other people there.
Mm.
But it does feel like there's a role for like some of the viewers in some way.
That is, yeah.
So
You don't really think about like, but yeah, all the viewers do have like something they contribute in a way, even if there are just like
yeah,
working.
exactly. Yeah,
So
even if some of them piss me off and demand me to like do something, I still remember them and are fond of them in a
no
way.
way.
Have one viewer who demands that I play this one game all the time, or like makes fun of me for like not being able to read or something. But even it's not a bad experience.
I guess it's like
So,
it's like that one
yeah.
annoying kid who's like bothers you every day, but when he's gone, like, man, what happened to him? Is he doing all right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does feel like a classroom of like people, except there. I mean, I will admit, like the attention is all on me because I am the
So you're like the
streamer.
present. You're like the teacher.
But to
Then
me,
you're
it
like the
feels like a
present. You're
classroom.
You're presenting yourself to audience. That sounds kind of weird when I say it like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's nice when they all talk to each other and like know each other and say hello to each other. I find that very sweet.
Like a small world, huh?
But yeah, yeah,
Is that
totally.
like a reason you're so? Because you mentioned like you mentioned oh god, you've mentioned VTubers more than once, so you're like infatuated with them because of that reason, because of the community aspect, I guess.
I think so. I think I do like the community aspect of it. I think it's really fun, like how like they will know like small things or like reference things and they would all laugh about it or they all make a joke about it. I knew this was going to not get out of hand, but I knew that everyone was going to make a joke about it if I call myself a daily streamer and then miss a few days and then they all say, "Where is my daily streamer?" Oh, so much for daily streamer. And it's like, they all joke about it and it's very funny because they have that kind of inside joke that they all share.
You kind of like said because you
Yeah,
so
no,
basically it's
I
like
like
you could have like not said it, but you don't regret saying it because it kind of like builds up a community kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I like it. That's why I also like the idea of like two communities like meeting other communities. I really because like my friend named Sunnyside Jack, our communities are kind not shared, but they know each other, and it's nice to like see his community and they say hello to me, and my community say hello to him. Something about it is very very cool, very sweet.
Well, I guess when you raid each other every like 2
Um,
days, then you probably get to know each other pretty well.
Yeah, pretty much. So, no, I like that aspect a lot.
So like the
Of,
raid
like, everyone
aspect of
knowing
Twitch
each
is like
other
a
and
a concept that you like it's like a valued. It's like that the reason that you didn't like stream on YouTube or something.
I didn't know about streaming on YouTube. I thought streaming on YouTube wasn't like a big thing. I didn't think people would. I feel like I thought people who streamed on YouTube are people who have like YouTube channels that are already established.
I guess in a way that
That's
kind
what
of
I
is.
thought. Yeah, I didn't think that, or they just if they don't, then they go to Twitch, but not the other way around where they don't have anything and then they go to YouTube or whatever. Yeah, no, that's why I chose Twitch. I feel like Twitch is the starting ground for like most streamers, or like all streamers,
It's like the basic one.
and YouTube is like. Yeah, and YouTube is like once you already have like an established community for your videos and you start streaming. That's what I thought. I'm not saying that's the correct
it's like
way,
just like your
but that's
I
why I
guess
didn't
conception
stream
about
on
it.
YouTube. Yeah.
It's a fun fact. I don't want to keep you here too much longer, but did you know that Minions the film made $1.1 billion?
Shit.
It's one of the highest grossing movies ever
You
created.
serious?
the Minions.
Really
the
higher
Minions.
than Titanic?
I don't know about higher than Titanic. Let's read off the list. In terms of movie, it's the second highest grossing animated film. It is Minions. It is below Endgame, obviously, and Avatar, all that stuff, Titanic. But it's above The Lord of the Rings, Spider-Man, the Joker. I didn't know Joker made that much. Both Toy Story 2 and 3. So I think all the Toy Stories. It's below Incredibles 2 somehow, though. Interesting.
Huh.
Above Aladdin, above Finding Dory, above Zootopia. Isn't that interesting? I want to share that.
Jeez. Minions
fact.
are so sellable.
So I guess
kids love it. Old people love it. Only like the teens hate it, and the young adults, I guess.
People with taste. I'm joking.
No. I think that hate for Minions is extreme. But I also think people who I think there's also like a weird community around Minions, maybe. I don't know. I always find weird Minions fan art. It's never normal.
You're right. It's
never normal. I don't know why.
Stuff.
Like, you know how you can have like people who like things and it's like cute and normal? Mm-hmm. I guess. When it's like a mascot.
Yeah, like
or
Mario.
Something.
You know, it's have like a fun Mario,
I can't,
plush or whatever.
Yeah, but like with Minion, it's always fucking weird. And I don't help that because I did a stream where I was drawing viewers as Minions.
You want to draw Code Miko as
I want to
a
do that
minion.
again. That was really. Yeah, I want to draw Code Miko as a minion. She'd match being a minion.
Every time that you say talk about a streamer like, oh, I should draw them as a minion. It happens every time. It just scares me.
Isn't that great? It scares you?
Look.
You're saying you wouldn't want to be minionized?
If you do, that's gonna be a thumbnail, and I have no choice because that'd be funny.
That's hilarious. I gotta do it.
Please don't, though. Please don't.
It's so funny.
Oh God.
No, I wanna do it, and I also wanna do it for like most of my chat anyway. Like minionize them. It was so fun last time. It would be fun again.
Now I definitely can't keep you here because maybe you're probably not streaming today because this has been a long thing.
Oh, I might. Dude, I might not even stream. I'm sorry. My voice is like dead.
Yeah, we've been talking for a while, but but what I want you to do before we wrap it up is can you do
yes.
Can I have a free American accent redeem?
Oh, sure. What do you want me to say?
Let's see. Let's see. What should we say? Like
it might not be good, but
how we say goodbye? Let's just say goodbye to this is the end of the podcast. Goodbye in the American accent.
Oh, this is gonna be so bad.
That's the point of it. That's why I put at the end because everybody who watched obviously was like interested now, so it won't judge you.
Hang on, let me go to Google Translate and
translate it into American.
Yeah. No, because like it has like an American accent, right?
Oh yeah, I guess.
So like if I listen to it, that's not American at all. That didn't sound. Oh God. Okay. This is the end of the podcast.
Goodbye.
There are birds here.
You gotta say bye.
Oh, bye.
Okay, bye. That's the that's the end. Bye. 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 Bye.
Wait, is it ending?
Bye.